With this SportsCenter update, first on the fan on the hardwood tonight. A potential closeout game as the Pacers host the Bucks in Game 5. Pacers can advance with a win. That's over on NBA TV. At 4:30 on TNT, the Knicks can punch their ticket to the next round with a win over Detroit in Game 5 at Madison Square Garden. New York with a 5.5 points favorite advantage tonight. At 5:30 on NBA TV, the Celtics try to close out the Magic at TD Garden. Boston favored by nearly a dozen in that one. Elsewhere in the Western Conference, reports indicate the Kings and interim head coach Doug Christie are finalizing a multi-year deal that would make him the head man moving forward. And in the NFL, the 49ers signed tight end George Kittle to a 4-year extension worth more than $76 million. $40 million of that is guaranteed. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'll be doing every single night.
Which is why...
No!
I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do? What is up? Good Tuesday. What's going on? It's Rob. Back. Buckley's over there. Sook's still in Italy, I think. Haven't heard from him. No idea. Maybe he'll be back. Maybe he won't. What's going on? How we doing? That was for you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because the audience can't really answer.
I mean, they could. We have a text line. It might take a little while to trickle in, though.
I want to take calls all day today.
You don't. Someone said the other day that we should be taking calls, and I told him that Isaac has made that offer before, and no one has actually called the number, and the person called BS on me. And I said, no, he has seriously said if you want to call, then I would have to screen it, we'd have to put him on, and I'd have to have the dump button ready, but it's been out there, and no one believed me. Or at least that person didn't believe me.
You're saying that even if I say call in,
yeah, the people don't.
They won't call?
I don't know that they will.
Well, they will. It's just we have to really push it.
Yeah.
Which we never do.
We're not going to do.
No. But if we wanted to, I mean, I don't know what they'd be calling about. Half of them, you'd get on the horn and you'd be like, hey, it's Fed, this is Brian Buckley.
That's why the text
what can we do for you?
Invention for sports radio is so great because it allows for input, but it allows us to filter the input so you don't have Joe, whoever it is, like just rambling on about something that isn't really
well, half the
worth
people,
our time.
They'd be like, you'd be like, hey, it's Buckley, what can I do for you? I'm at the Fan. And they'll be like, well, they told us to call. That would be half the calls.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think anyone would have a really hot sports take that's like must fire on the air? No.
Maybe. I mean, somebody would say that.
I know you guys all think you have that, but you rarely do.
Or they have the take, and it's absurd. And so you might have the take, but it's going to fall on many deaf ears.
Is it a take if it's absurd? Like, how many? Okay, so of all the guys in sports radio audiences, how many truly have these mind-blowing...
These deep thoughts.
It doesn't even have to be mind-blowing. Yeah, it's just deep thoughts that are like, wow, that's really interesting and different.
So insightful.
And that would be really good if you called in and told us that on the air and and enlightened everyone. How many?
I don't know. I feel like we do get good, insightful comments on the text line, but they're also mixed in with a bunch of stuff that sometimes misses the mark. And we love all of it. We love most of it.
We love some of it.
We love some of it. I was getting there.
Yeah. But you're right. Like, the guy who really wants to disseminate his take is usually the Eric Simantel. And I don't know if you remember Eric Simantel, but Eric was a wonderful sales guy here. We love Eric. He has since moved on to heaven. Rest in peace.
Did he just move on to other employment?
Well, I think he's just selling mortgages, but...
Yeah.
Anyway, he was always that guy where it's like, Rob, hear this out. Check this out. And it'd be like, Eric, where did you come up with that? And in what world? I give him credit. You know, his brain's working overtime, but it's really... I mean, it's oftentimes quite.
What if they let Dylan Gabriel play free safety?
Yeah.
You're like, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. When's your show? I'll make sure to not tune in.
Well, now people with
Let's do that.
People with those hot takes can just start their own podcast. There's 3.2 million of them out there.
Exactly. And I got to tell you, of all the guys' podcasts, Eric Smantle, I might tune in.
Oh, really?
He had some wild ideas.
Well, I'm only subscribing if they're ultra wild regularly.
Ultra wild.
Yeah, I need the hottest of hot takes.
But wait,
one after the other.
Don't we have that now? Like, isn't that all these hot takey guys? That's the new thing. Like, just say something wild, and then everybody eats it up.
It's
Stephen
to me,
A.
they
Smith.
less say something. It's less them saying something wild and more them saying something stupid, and then that's just like.
Oh, so there's a difference between wild and stupid?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
give me an example.
Oh, now you're putting me on the spot.
Wild.
Wild. Like you could throw
trade Eric Spoelstra.
No, maybe he's a valuable enough
that's
coach.
Wild.
Yeah, that's a wild idea, but
stupid.
it's not stupid. Yeah, that's something like that. Or you might have a wild idea for how to fix the seating or structure of the college football playoff, or what to do with college football overtime, or something like that. And it might be a wild proposal, but it might not be stupid. Okay. A lot of the takes about who's tough enough and who's going to stand up to this guy and who would win in a fight. Like, a lot of that stuff's stupid.
Somebody texted and said, my take on UNC basketball was legit and it was shot down like a MiG in Top Gun. What?
I'd love to know what that take was.
Yeah, what was that? I don't remember.
I don't know.
Text it back in. Maybe we'll put it on the air. Probably not.
Was it that UNC basketball? Were they trash this year?
I mean, and that's the other thing. Like, you think we're going to remember your take on UNC?
Yeah, we don't keep those receipts.
We don't even keep our own.
No, you keep receipts for us.
Yeah.
You, the audience.
Call us out. I'm sure I said it. Yes, it was stupid.
We have enough primetime historians on the text line and on the YouTubes that they'll let us know. Oh yeah, one of you said this then, and
yeah,
they're
usually right.
Yeah, they're usually on it.
Even though I mean, neither of us have any recollection of it. Well, it's nice to be back. It's nice to be with you. It is me, 'tis I. Big Sook is out again, and I think he's back Monday. I want to say, right? Is that right?
I think it's next.
Is that
Monday.
what you have?
Yeah. I believe that's the case.
Cinco de Mayo, Monday. So we'll party with him this week. Without him this week, I do have. You know who's coming in tomorrow?
Who's coming in tomorrow? Channing Frye?
No.
Oh.
No.
after you rekindled your kickball talk?
Yeah. No, I think I've been blocked.
Oh, nice.
Can you tell if you've been blocked by someone on their phone? Here, I'm gonna block you real quick. Tell me if it shows up. You're Apple, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna block your ass. I've been waiting to do this. Block his ass.
So then you want to know what happens if I try to text you? If I get like a bounce back that says that's not a number, or if it just nothing happens?
Why can't I block you?
Probably because I'm awesome.
Oh, it won't even let me block you. What the hell?
It knows I mean too much to you. Although our phones already have a weird connection because your name shows up in my phone as Isaac E. Roop, and you have no idea why.
No, I don't.
And it's attached to your personal information. It's
to this day
weird.
Is one of the strangest mysteries of my lifetime.
Yeah. When I search Rop in my phone, it doesn't come up as Rop. It comes up as Roop, but I didn't put it in there, and it's connected to the information you provided because it has your little avatar photo and everything, and I don't get
idea.
It. Thought you were doing bits.
Somebody asked how many funny text messages that are really funny that you can't read on the air. A lot.
A lot.
Yeah, that's the thing is the audience is really funny. They really are.
And some people do a really good job of finding the line that we're able to push it to and going right up to it. Like Deal is really good at that.
Yes.
And we have others. There are many of you, but yeah, there's some stuff that's hilarious that we just can't say.
There's some elite texts that come in on a daily basis. I'm not gonna lie. You guys are great at that. And it's usually just it's just the witty people who are thinking, like as we're talking about something. It's great. But a lot of them, they cross the line and we can't talk about it. So I don't even know how to. Dude, do you know how to block somebody from a stupid iPhone? I can't even do it.
I think you go to their contact information and then you go to block.
It's not on there.
But I don't know. I can try blocking you and then you can see what happens.
Yeah, I dare you.
Yeah, let's do that.
Oh, wait, contact.
Find son.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Okay, info.
Maybe you can't. Maybe you can only.
All right, block caller. Block contact. All right, now try to text me and
right.
see what happens.
All right, bitch. Check this out.
It's riveting radio.
Live on the air.
Text line wants to know how Bimart was today. Did you guys go to Bimart?
Good. Yeah, it was good.
It's your Bimart Tuesday.
What did we pick up today? Well, he started reaching for the kid diapers.
Okay.
And I was like,
for
Dick,
himself or?
Well, I was like, Dick, you probably don't want those. Those are for baby, like kids.
Yeah.
He's like, oh. He was looking for the wipes. He just wanted the Huggies wipes.
Sure,
he likes those little Huggies wipes.
Yeah, sure. You should get him on dude wipes. That's the thing now.
I don't think they have those there.
Probably not at Bimart.
Not at Bimart. What else did we pick up today? Got some more chili so we can have the runs.
Mm-hmm.
The usual. I mean, it's the same stuff. Mixed nuts.
No
Ruffles.
raffle wins today?
No, we haven't won. Dude, we're getting shut. We haven't won at Bimart.
You won those hand towels that one time, and that's been it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't won in
or
weeks.
Dish towels, whatever.
Dude, we're on, and he really wants to see me win before he croaks. He's terminally ill. Have I told you that?
Yes,
you guys
you
know
have.
that? Yeah. So
I don't know
sick.
if you've told me that. I don't know if the listeners know that.
Yeah. He lives with us, and he's sick, and he's doing fine, but it's terminal. But before he croaks, one of his big things is he wants to see me win something at Bimart.
Nice.
And so, and I mean, I think we're all rooting for that, aren't we?
Naturally.
Yeah.
And now really you have the whole community behind you. I don't think people knew that.
Yeah. Lucky number Tuesday.
Lucky number Tuesday.
Apparently my number is not that lucky. Okay, so I sent you a text that said "suck it."
Well, I blocked you, so I wouldn't get that.
You didn't get it?
Well, not if I blocked you, no.
So basically,
but I'm wondering on your end, did you get a bounce back that
No.
says that number's not available?
Nope.
Someone on the text line says that it just won't say delivered under your text if you've got that.
It does not say delivered.
So then that I guess is how you'd be able to tell.
Oh. I wonder if Fry blocked me.
You might have to try texting him again to find out.
I know. See, if it says not delivered, or there's no delivered word,
I know what
you know what I mean?
saying.
Then he blocked. So, no, tomorrow, Patrick Harris, the great Patrick Harris is going to be coming in for a little curveball.
Yeah.
Talk some baseball. We're going to goof off. He'll probably be, 2 or 3 IPAs in. And then, I got to tell you, I haven't heard from the baseball guys. Yeah. So they're ghosting me right now. Probably, hopefully doing important things. But
Yeah, hopefully they're getting us a baseball team.
right.
I've unblocked you, by the way.
Bigger fish to fry. Thank you.
Yeah.
I wonder why. Oh, well, I'll figure it out. I'll Google it later. Okay, today we have escort captor honey trap theory.
Yeah.
Have you already? Did you guys discuss this yesterday?
A little bit, but I'm not sure we got too far in the weeds, and there's even been updates since then. So
Yeah, I love this story.
it's it's kind of wild.
Well, I think we're on the same page with this story, and what we're talking about is Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson and their relationship. And I think we're on the same page in stating that something's up.
Something's off here.
And it's not going to end well. It won't.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, we'll get into what we think may happen, but yeah, I'm with you. It doesn't end happily ever after.
Nope. We'll have an NBA bubble bath today.
Ooh.
I get to talk about the part of the draft that I care about, quarterbacks.
Nice.
So we'll do that later.
In our NBA bubble bath?
No, separate seggy. Or 2, maybe. I don't know. And did you see internet buzzing over 100 men versus 1 gorilla?
We did address that in the club last night. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I gotta throw my 2 cents in. And of course, when Suit gets back, we'll have to hear from
There have
him.
also been people. Yesterday, we read the team that people, in addition to weighing in on the debate, have now started assembling which 100 people they would want on their side. So we did a Le'Veon Bell list yesterday of people that he would include, and I've seen another list today that was pretty good.
So we're gonna list all 100.
No,
men?
it's like they list their top people, and then Le'Veon Bell threw in the 1990 Detroit Pistons, just the whole team.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's an important part of this. Is what men? It's not all men are created equal.
Right. And there's the part you can analyze the man versus beast all you want, but there's a psychological aspect to this. People are gonna die. Do you have people who are willing to die?
Well, yeah, and it's like, what if the first wave goes in?
Yeah.
And they all die, and then the next 3 waves turn around
Like,
and
nah,
run the
we're
other
good.
way.
Yeah, this is Normandy. Someone's getting shot coming off the boat. Like, you don't be in the first wave.
So, there's our day, okay? We're going to start with this. The injury in sports you hated to see most. That's next on The Fan.
After 257
All right, welcome back. Rop, Buck, no Souk. He's back on the 6th. And, time to talk about sad injuries. I was really, really heartbroken for Damian Lillard to see that that's a torn Achilles. And you know what, man? He knew it too, didn't he? He knew it.
I feel like that injury, more than almost any other, almost everybody knows it
They
right
know
away.
it.
There's like a rubber band snapping effect to it, and they all just feel it. I remember Rodgers was that way when he didn't get off the ground after that 4th play. And
Wasn't KD? Was KD?
Yep.
Did he? Yeah.
Yeah, he was just like going to step, like he was going to run back down the floor, and then just was like he just sat down and was like, that's it.
Yeah.
Like they know right away.
Well, they showed Lillard sitting there, and he couldn't get up, and they just showed his face like, oh, dude, this is it. Achilles. So that's what sparked the topic. What is the injury in sports you hated to see most? Because I tell you, that's right up there for me. That's a good dude, Damian Lillard. And the Blazers did him right. They traded him. He goes to Milwaukee. He struggles. They struggle. And then he has the it wasn't irregular heartbeat. He had the blood clot.
Yeah. Deep vein thrombosis.
Yeah, comes back from that. Not that they were going to win the series anyway, but he comes back from that, and now the Achilles. Dude, he's going to miss all of next year.
Yeah.
That's rough, man.
So for me, the one that's in that ilk is Klay Thompson, because he tore his ACL in the NBA Finals against the Raptors. That was the same finals where KD blew his Achilles. It was just a couple games later, and the Warriors were already down. I think it was the final game of the finals, in fact, or maybe it was second to last. So then he missed the whole next year, and basically on the eve of the season, like 2 or 3 days before opening day, after he missed a whole year, he blew his Achilles.
Yeah.
So he missed a second full season. And
God,
that second time was like everyone was so crushed for him, because he's always been a guy who's been pretty likable and has just kind of played ball and gotten after it. And he had this one horrible injury, and he came all the way back. And then right before he like reintroduced himself, the Achilles went out.
Yeah, that one sucks. Yeah, along those same lines, You may or may not have been here. I don't know. But the second Greg Oden.
I was not here. I remember it. I mean, I had already, I had friends who were Blazer fans and had gone to U of O, but I wasn't up here for it.
Well, I think the thing with Oden was, at least this may be revisionist history, but in my mind, I remember obviously him being a huge topic because of red flags with his medicals, right?
Right.
So we already knew that. We knew he had one leg longer than the other, whatever it was, and his problems with his gait. So we were really worried that he was going to be injury prone. And then he has microfracture surgery. Remember that? They don't talk about that anymore, do they?
Yep.
Microfracture surgery.
Jerry Rice had that, and then had a big knee injury with the Niners. But yeah, that microfracture usually things are downhill after that.
Why does it seem that is not a thing anymore?
I don't know.
They never talk
Maybe
about...
they came up with a different procedure. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he had the first one, and he came back. And again, please correct me if I'm wrong on this in the text line. I'm sure they will. But I think what ended up happening was he comes back. He has a season that's kind of up and down, in and out of the lineup, but no major injuries. And then I think what happens is he comes back the next season, and he's freaking lights out.
Yeah.
And he's playing great. And everybody's kind of at this point where they're like, oh my gosh, Greg Oden is actually, he's the guy. If you could just keep him healthy, dude, he's really good in this team. And that's the one where he popped his patella.
Yeah. Patellar tendon. I think. Yeah.
And his knee looked all, like, I remember seeing it, and I think that shot his season again. And then there was another microfracture maybe after that. But at that point, it was all like, so once he went down, I think in that third season, it really felt like I felt terrible for him. That was definitely an injury in sports I hated to see, because you knew that was one where it's like, okay, it was kind of that realization moment of he's just never going to be healthy. It's only a matter of time, no matter when he's...
Yeah, it's not a matter of if he overcomes this and leaves it in the past. It's just how long until it happens again.
Yeah. A lot of texts coming in. Brandon Roy, very tough. And that is true. His was more of a... Well, it was pretty sudden, but it was... At least you got some good years out of him.
Yeah.
Career ended way too soon.
It wasn't cut as short as Oden or affected as much like that, but it was... For the level he was playing at, it was still not nearly long enough.
Yeah, then another one that comes to my mind, and I don't know if you remember this, you being a young buck, is Bo Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
When Bo Jackson got hurt.
Yeah.
Hated to see that one.
Yeah.
And then I got to be honest with you, I know he's a donkey, but I hated the Aaron Rodgers Achilles.
Yeah, you don't wish that on anybody.
The first game,
and he might be a douche, but like 4 plays into your first game, like that's then
I think the other thing about that is, he's a douche, but I wanted to that was an interesting.
People wanted to see what was going to happen.
Yes,
there. Yeah, yep.
And he went down on like the third play.
Oh, great! Good/bad one from the text line. I shed tears as a college senior over the Dennis Dixon knee injury.
Oh,
that dude, they were the second best team, and they were number 2 in the country. He was going to win the Heisman Trophy, and they were going to march to a national championship. And he actually hurt it the week before against Arizona State in the homecoming game. Yeah. He kind of went down late, and then
I thought it was Arizona.
So the following week at Arizona, he had a brace on and a non-contact plant, and they just went poof. But he had injured it the previous week and thought, I'm good enough to play. And then he went out and he tried to cut on it like first quarter, and it was just done.
Yeah, I remember that. We all knew he was hurt, but I don't think there was a fear that he was...
People didn't know it was that bad. It was kind of like Durant going back out in the finals for the Warriors and then doing the Achilles. Because he had the calf strain before that, and they put him back out there.
I don't think we were prepared for the possibility that he was done. He would be done.
And it came out after he already had partially torn ligaments, and then he just kind of smoked him on that play.
Who else was on that team? What year was that?
That was 2007. So, let's see. It's a good question.
I got you, boo.
I want to say Jonathan Stewart was probably a senior.
So they ended up 9-4?
They just lost after that. They lost that Arizona game where they only had 1 loss and they were 2 in the country, and then they were trotting out Cody Kemp and Justin Roper.
That was that year, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it was I had tickets to go to their following game Thanksgiving weekend against UCLA at UCLA, and they got shut out for the first time in like 20 years. They crossed the 50-yard line like once. It was really bad.
Hey, but what about that big Sun Bowl win over South Florida?
Yeah, they got it together with a couple weeks to prepare. Justin Roper, big game. God. Yeah.
I remember that year. They had one year where they went like to their 6th string guy or something.
Yeah.
Was that year?
So that game that I went to at UCLA where they lost 16-0.
Yeah.
They had Andre Crenshaw, 3rd string running back, taking snaps as the quarterback out of the Wildcat.
God.
They had already gone through Dixon. Brady Leaf was hurt. Cody Kempt was hurt.
And
Justin Roper was hurt.
Yeah.
And they didn't have anybody left. And on top of it, Jonathan Stewart and Jeremiah Johnson were hurt. So there was Andre Crenshaw toting the rock as the QB.
Oh, my God. You're right. Yeah, I see that here.
It was miserable.
Yeah, so Jonathan Stewart was awesome that year. Jeff Mayle.
Yeah, Jeff Mayle was awesome.
That was a Jeff Schwartz-led offensive line.
Uh-huh.
Who else you have? You had Patrick Chung.
Jason Williams, the receivers on that team.
Yeah. Walter Thurman. Will Tukuafu.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew Harper. Jeremy Boyd. Jarris Bird. Nick Reed. Golly. Casey Matthews was even there at that time?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He was young because he was on the national championship team as well.
Oh, man. What could have been?
Yeah, that one was devastating.
Yeah,
I was drunk and I cried. It was a Thursday night.
Mike Bellotti wasn't going to win a championship, though. Come on.
No,
man.
but with the BCS formula and the schedule they had left, all they had to do was win, and they probably were going to if they kept playing at that clip. And also, wait, was that still Bellotti or was that?
Yeah, it was Bellotti.
Yeah.
Says yeah. Well, Lillard's 34. I mean, I hate to ask this question, but does he have one more run in him, or could you see him hanging it up?
I don't think he's done. I don't think he's that guy. I think he's going to come back and be a guy who wants to prove he can come back and still play. But I think what you're going to have is a situation probably akin to, again, Klay Thompson, a guy who people want him around. They like what the game used to be, but he's going to be a guy that cannot contribute in the way that he used to. And so I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a 3rd or 4th option on some team, or he is running someone's 2nd unit, but he can't command star money anymore after this.
Yeah, so next year he's probably out for.
Yeah, I mean he's probably done for the year, if not close to it.
And then he has a player option, from what I understand of his contract. So, this also raises the question: do the Bucks trade Giannis at this point?
Oh yeah, that's and we kicked that around a tiny bit yesterday, but there's already been rumblings that things aren't great there, and he's had ideas of leaving. They got him Dame as the help. It never really meshed, and now with the injury, that this might be their window slamming shut and having to reset.
Yeah, so you want to trade him before he requests out. That's the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you get more for him.
Go get Nico Harrison. He'll make it happen.
Well, he might be on the market soon.
Yeah,
if you'd like.
And actually, wasn't that the thing? Didn't we find out that Luka was offered for Giannis before Anthony Davis?
Yeah, he called Milwaukee.
Yeah. Maybe they wish they would have done it now.
You gotta wonder. I mean, you wouldn't trade Giannis for Luka, would you? I wouldn't.
If I'm the Bucks, no. But if I think that Giannis is leaving, then maybe yes.
But at this point, yes.
If I thought Giannis was going to be leaving, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he called a little too late, didn't he? Or, I mean, a little too early.
Timing just didn't work out. Timing's everything.
But Giannis has 2 years left on his deal,
mm-hmm.
and no one's going to trade for him if he only has 1 year left on his deal because they don't know unless
there's a commitment to do sign and trade.
Re-sign.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now would be the time to trade him. And wouldn't that be? What I was? Somebody sent me the odds of Giannis's next team. Oklahoma City. Are you kidding me?
Is the top?
They're not the top, but they're up there.
Ooh.
Can you imagine? I want you to think about that.
That's the kind of move they have. That's the kind of move they should make.
Of course they should.
Well,
they have $8 billion.
It feels like they have the assets to make that move too.
Send them all to Milwaukee for Giannis.
Sure.
Then watch him blow his Achilles out.
That's just mean.
Would that be sad? As sad as Dame's injury to you? Or would it be like, haha?
No, I don't ever think someone blowing out their Achilles is haha.
Well, nah. Nah, you're right. Yeah.
I'll stop at like wishing
Achilles?
Somebody rolled an ankle. That's usually as far as I go.
What if Nico Harrison's here playing pickup ball out at
Not my team. I don't care.
Club Sport rips his... Yeah, you're right. You never root for that. That's a bad injury.
I mean, it's just a bummer to have to... I mean, I broke my foot about 10 years ago, and just having to go through months of just not being able to use one of your limbs as normal totally sucks.
Yeah.
And I don't really wish that on anybody.
I have a buddy right now who his knee. What happened to his knee? He had a meniscus tear in his knee. Okay, so he has surgery, and because he had been pushing himself up, and like using his arms so much, he developed he developed tendonitis or like bursitis.
Sure.
In his arms and his shoulders.
Yeah.
He is a one-limbed man.
Oh,
he
man.
cannot. He's like the dude from freaking Monty Python. Oh, you said you've never seen Monty Python.
I do know that. I know that bit though.
Yeah, where he's hopping around on one leg. He's like, merely a flesh wound. That's him. It's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. My dad had a horrible knee injury in college, and he favored his bad knee so heavily for 20 years that he ended up needing both knees replaced because he ruined his good knee too.
God. It's tough getting old. What about Deshaun Watson? Someone brings him up on the text line. Did you cheer when he tore his...
Some people did.
I think they did.
I didn't cheer, but I was like, sometimes crappy things happen to crappy people. Yeah. And like that can be... I maybe you can sit with some of those injuries easier than others, but I still don't think you root for it.
Well, the Damian Lillard injury is one in sports that, come on, we all hated to see that. But who knows, maybe in the end he comes back, and he comes back to Portland and wins a title with the baby Blazers.
Love it.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Bring in Nico as the GM, Damian Lillard.
Nico
they can be
home.
cruising on their way to the finals, and then Nico trades him again to the Lakers for nothing.
Wasn't there a time that Dame to the Lakers seemed like it might have legs?
Yeah. I could see that. Let's say he comes back healthy. Well, they don't need a point guard anymore. They got that one guy. But
again, if you I could see a role for him like the Nuggets have carved out for Russell Westbrook, where he is there, like lead your bench unit. You've got a vet, a guy who can still score. You have some young pieces around him that he kind of coaches up. He's not your main dude, but he kind of stems the tide when your stars are out from the starting lineup, maybe?
I don't know that he'd want to do that.
He might not.
I don't know. It's interesting. He's at an interesting place in his life. He'll be 35, I think. He's 34 now. I don't know when his birthday is.
Ain't gonna be no buddy stuff.
I don't know, man. I could see him being like, you know what? Forget it.
It's possible.
It really all ended when I left Portland anyway.
But he does not seem... He seems like the kind of guy that's going to go out on his terms. Even if that means coming back as a lesser version of himself, I don't think he's going to be like, you know what? I'm good here. I think he's going to have something to prove.
Yeah.
Almost all these guys are wired that way.
Yeah. Pretty competitive dude. No good. No good there. Escort, captor, honey trap theory coming up. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on the Fan, our first NBA playoff game already underway. The Milwaukee Bucks without Dame Lillard out to a 26-11 lead in the first quarter over Indianapolis. That one is over on NBA TV. The Pacers can punch their ticket to the next round if they can overcome this slow start. Coming up at 4:30 on TNT, the Knicks can advance if they beat the Pistons in Game 5 at Madison Square Garden. New York is a 5.5-point favorite. At 5:30 on NBA TV, the Celtics try to close out the Magic at TD Garden. Boston favored by nearly a dozen. And a Game 5 in Denver between the Nuggets and Clippers tonight. They're currently tied 2 games apiece. Denver are 1.5-point home dogs. That one is over on TNT. Meanwhile, on the ice tonight, the Maple Leafs look to close out the Senators. Game 5 in Toronto. Puck drops on ESPN at 4 o'clock. Then at 4:30 on TBS, the Hurricanes try and punch their ticket to the next round with a Game 5 home win over New Jersey. The Golden Knights and Wild drop the puck in Vegas for Game 5 with that series knotted 2 games apiece on ESPN at 6:30. And the nightcap, another big Game 5 between the Oilers and Kings. They're all tied at 2 games apiece. Puck drops in LA at 7 o'clock on TBS. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Reading through the text here, you guys brought up some good ones. Now, the topic was the injury in sports you hated to see most. Of course, brought on by Damian Lillard tearing his Achilles. Awful, absolutely awful for him. Gutted for him. That's a knife twist. But don't confuse that with the topic of most gruesome sports injuries. That's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
A lot of people bringing up Joe Theismann and this and that. And maybe if you were a huge Redskins fan at the time and Joe Theismann going down was devastating to you.
Kevin Ware, that was...
Yeah, that's a whole nother...
that's a different category.
I'm talking about just the ones that just hit you...
Heartbreaking.
The hardest, yes, heartbreaking. And there's a lot of good ones on the text line I caught up on during the break. Somebody bringing up the Wesley Matthews injury from the Blazers. And that's a great one, underrated one, because Wesley Matthews wasn't a star player, but he was Portland's guy. They loved this guy. They loved the way he played. He was an excellent, fit role player type guy, tough guy, and loved his game. And everybody loved watching him play. And they were cooking when he went down. And he went down. And I don't remember what year that was, and they were never the same, and I don't think he ever played here again. Awful. Another Blazers one that is true, and he was not nearly as beloved as Wes Matthews, but Nurkic's leg snapping.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of the season there where he was playing great. That one was a big one, I'm sure, cut some Blazers fans deep. James Rogers, for you Beaver fans out there, somebody brought up James and Jaquiz Rogers, and I don't remember this, but James blew out his knee.
I don't remember that. I mean, I remember James and Jaquiz. I don't remember his injury specifically, though.
Pharaoh Brown of the Ducks.
That
was a rough one.
That, for me, goes more in the gruesome category, though, than it does in the... I mean, it's a bummer anytime a college kid goes down like that, but that was... It was gruesome. It was a bad injury. Yeah.
But it was also a local guy that I think people were rooting for and kind of was like, man, not him. Maybe somebody else, not him. Somebody else pointing out Dennis Dixon got 2 rings, so we shouldn't feel too bad. Apparently he won a ring with the Steelers and the Ravens.
I think that's right.
Did you know that? That's
right. That doesn't mean...
2-time NFL champion?
We should not feel bad. He should have won a Heisman and maybe a Natty.
Won the Natty! Dennis Dixon, 2-time Super Bowl champ. Who knew? We won the Natty! Hockey fan bringing up Eric Lindros. Now, can you help me with this? Was supposed to be a great player.
Blind spot from... maybe concussions for him? I can't remember. I mean, I know that he was supposed to be great and had his career cut short. I don't recall the details,
Something like that. I remember the name. How about this? You were saying you don't root for specific players to get injuries. And I don't either. I think you got to be a psychopath. I'm with you on that. But... isn't it kind of great to see all the Dodgers pitchers getting hurt? And look, I'm not rooting against Tyler Glasnow or Blake Snell or whatever.
Well, it sounds like you are a little bit.
Well, I'm rooting against the Dodgers, okay?
Yeah, sure.
So seeing that, I'm like, there's a little bit of Big Sook.
Yeah, there's a little bit of like, you know what, you guys will be fine. Like, I don't feel bad for the franchise. Right. I feel bad for the individual.
Yes,
perhaps.
Of course. It's the individual. You never want to see that.
And there are times where
globally,
somebody like Dame goes down for the Bucks. It makes me sad for Dame and for Bucks fans and even for Blazer fans. And he's not even my guy. But yeah, there are other people where you're like, oh, it's a bummer for him, but I kind of hate the Dodgers, so that's fine by me.
Yeah, exactly. So Snell's out. Glasnow just went on the IL. Well, Kershaw's still hurt. He's kind of always hurt. I think there was one other one that's out. But they still have... well, Shohei's out. Duh. Pitcher anyway. But they still have Yamamoto, who's probably going to win the damn Cy Young. Have you watched him yet? Have you seen him pitch? He's unbelievable.
I mean, I've seen some highlights, but I haven't watched him a lot this year, no.
Watch him. If you get a chance, and I know you're a Giants fan, so that's going to hurt you, and you won't do it anyway.
My Giants are awesome, though.
Yeah, they're still playing well.
They'll tag him.
I don't think they will.
Probably not.
That guy, man... He's fun to watch. Anyway, just wrapping up the text on that topic. You brought up Jordan Travis, Florida State.
Yeah.
I mean, that one didn't break my heart.
Didn't upset us, but it kept the team out of the playoff, and it kept a bunch of kids on an undefeated team that was really good out of the playoff without being given any chance.
Well, I'm sure every franchise or college team has a couple of injuries that are it's like our Wes Matthews or our whatever. And Florida State, like, if you were to say name the biggest injuries in Florida State history, that's got to be up there.
Very much so.
I mean, they were undefeated. for heaven's sake. And then they missed the playoffs. So anyway, Dale Earnhardt. Yikes.
Playoffs?
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, that's a pretty good one, though.
I mean, it's the ultimate injury. He died.
He died. And it was shocking.
Yes.
And it was really heartbreaking.
And it almost looked like it shouldn't have been a thing. Like, for the fact that he died, the crash didn't look, the car wasn't flipping around, and like it seemed relatively run-of-the-mill, and he was gone.
By the way, Giannis on the next team odds, Blazers 12-1.
Ooh, what are the Warriors at?
What do you think? Your Warriors are 8-1.
Okay, not as low as I'd like.
No, I don't want to see that.
Yeah, we do.
I know you do.
I mean, think about all the joy between Steph and Giannis and the whole Bay Area. Warms my heart.
So it'd be like the Kevin Durant thing all over again.
Sure.
So Nets are the favorite, 3-1.
The Nets, really?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Huh.
That's weird.
Okay.
The Rockets 4-1. Oklahoma City 5-1. The Magic 7-1. Warriors 8-1. Heat 10-1, and then the Blazers.
Are the Lakers not on that list?
There's only 6 teams ahead of the Blazers. The Lakers are here, but they're way down at 33-1.
Yeah, maybe they have all kinds of cap issues with Luka and LeBron.
Yeah, I don't know. Spurs 25-1.
That would be awesome. God, do that.
You've been saying all along. See, this is a hot wild take that you have. You think that Eric Spoelstra is going to be the next coach of the Spurs.
And I don't even know if that was mine, but I heard that there was rumblings that could be a fit because of, I guess, his relationship with Pop, and that would be a comfortable passing of the torch. And
so Cooper, Flag, Giannis, and Wemby.
Mm-hmm.
Who says no?
And potential Rookie of the Year, Stephon Castle, and De'Aaron Fox, and Eric Spoelstra.
Could you and I play with Giannis, Cooper, Flag, and Wemby and win the title? Because I think we could.
Let's see. The two of us in an 8-man rotation, they might be
real stars
depth tested, but we could probably hang.
You and I are starters.
We have to start, huh?
Yeah, because we have to play with Giannis, Wemby, and Flag. Ooh, we're the guards on that team.
Boy,
that's troublesome.
Yeah, they don't want us.
Would they rather have us out there or just not on the court at all?
Ooh,
that's the
good question. No, I think, if we could even hit a wide open layup underneath, they could use us to try to spread the floor from other people.
Yeah, you gotta guard it.
Otherwise, you could just you don't. It's too easy to guard 3 people with 5.
You cannot. Even Spoelstra knows this. You cannot leave Buck open in the corner.
You need us out there.
Even if
actually, that's my least favorite spot on the floor. I hate the side shot.
Okay, you cannot leave Buck open on the elbow.
Yeah, that's right. On the elbow, free throw line extended.
That dude is money.
Knockdown with the midi. I can hit that 18-footer all day. Sean Livingston.
I'm pretty sure they don't want us out there. If it's Wemby, Flag, and Giannis, they're like, yeah, get rid of the 2 schlubs. We'll be fine.
Yeah, Flags! No, I think if we proved that we could connect a cross-court pass, that we would be assets. We'd lead the team in assists.
Who would have more assists, me or you? Probably me. Don't you think? They used to call me Roppy Dimes.
Why do you assume that?
Because they used to call me Roppy Dimes.
Did they? Who's they?
Back at, all the people.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Okay.
Out there. All right. We are quickly devolving. I want to get to, do you have the Bill Belichick audio?
I do.
Did you guys play this yesterday? I don't want to repeat.
We did.
Okay. Well, then we don't need to play the audio. But I do want to get caught up on the escort captor honey trap theory that you have.
Yeah.
I find it fascinating, and I'm subscribing to your newsletter.
We also have this new drop.
I'm not talking about this.
No.
No.
No. I can't. Okay, let me tease this by saying I am always stunned. Always, every time. I'm stunned at how many people, and I'm talking about Jordan in this case, Belichick's lady friend, how many people think that they can thread this needle? It stuns me. And we'll talk about that next, okay? We're going to get to that. All right, here we go. Ready, break.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bill Belichick is he has written a book, and in classic Bill Belichick fashion, it appears that the book it's not what anyone wants, it's what he wanted, and so it's
dry and boring.
Yes, it's kind of being met with, okay, that's great, but we kind of want your side of like
it's already been addressed.
How it all went down with the Patriots. It's just he's framing this more as, and I don't know, I read the book, but he's framing it more as just his life and time in coaching and how he did
Inspiration from his father, his journey through football.
Yeah. And that's cool.
But fine, but it's not really what people want.
People aren't, whatever, Bill. That's cool. Yeah, right away. But he's promoting the book now. So he's out on a promotional tour, which, you're seeing Bill Belichick more and more, and that's no coincidence. Like he's out there.
Yeah, he's like going to award shows and stuff.
Yeah. And he's on, well, I mean, didn't they put him on Game Day? Or not Game Day, but what was the show they had him on?
What was he on?
Oh, I think he might have been, was it playoff coverage, college football? I don't know. Anyway, he was a pretty good analyst. Or maybe it was NFL playoffs or something. They had him in the studio. But he shows his personality. He's pretty dry, but can be funny, I guess, at times. She's clearly the one spearheading his giant, sort of resurgence in media. Which
she's become his de facto, like, chief of staff, handler, PR, all of it.
And he doesn't want any of it. He's just following her lead because she's a 24-year-old hot who supposedly knows how to do this stuff. But now...
But does she?
No, she doesn't. She's an idiot. So I want to hear, before I get into my thing, because I am amazed at how many people continually try this, and it's gonna backfire. It's just, I don't know. We could get into a whole thing about, at least through our line of work here in sports, about just, it's you maybe feel this way too. It's uncanny how marketing arms, marketing people, sports information people, people that are supposed to
get it,
don't.
Yeah.
Like it's
yeah.
Way more don't than do.
Way more,
and it's their job.
And there are plenty who don't that should. That
yes.
Absolutely, like you'd expect them to.
I mean, it's really stunning how poorly a lot of marketing departments for certain entities run. Like they're ass backwards, and they do not do themselves any favors. And she is falling in this same trap. It's unbelievable. And so we'll get to that. But before that, I want to know what the escort captor honey trap theory is, because I love it.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, the escort captor honey trap is essentially the theory that they didn't meet on a plane as they initially said, because that was what was odd about the whole CBS interview, or that part of the interview, is the interviewer asked how they met, and that was a story that both of them had told in detail before, about being on a plane, how she was studying something and had a book, and he signed the book. Good luck on your paper project. Like,
so you're saying that's
whatever.
made up?
Well, if that was the story you ran with before, the only reason to not tell that again is because there was something wrong with it. At least that's one theory. I guess you could just be saying, well, we just want to talk about the football today, and it just...
So you're referring to the CBS clip, and in there, that's where she says, we're not talking about that. Because he asked her, he asked him, how did you guys meet?
Right.
Yeah. But you're right. So they've already said how they've met.
So why would you not just clarify that?
Yeah,
there?
like why are you not
unless it wasn't truthful before, and you don't want to retell that story. I don't know. But the captor honey trap thing is essentially like, there's just stuff that doesn't quite add up, where she is in control of everything and almost everybody else has been cut out. Like, there were reports that, like, CBS was kind of stunned that he showed up to this thing with just her, no PR, no agent, no publisher. Like, this is for your book tour, and this is who you're riding with. Like, that's it. And then on top of it, I go back to this I just put together on my own, and I don't know that there's anything to put together. But remember when he walked out of her apartment shirtless at like 6 a.m. and was caught on her ring cam a couple
years
years
ago? Was that her?
Like, yeah, that was her place. That was, I don't know, year and a half ago is when they first started dating. People made jokes about it. How does that get out there? It's her private footage, right? And Also, why would he have to be leaving shirtless ever? He's Bill freaking Belichick.
God, I love where you're going with
like,
this.
And I don't want to say he's running from something, but he's 70-something. He's not going to be afraid of her dad or a boyfriend or something.
No, he's afraid of her.
So that's the only plausible reason I can think of him leaving the house shirtless at 6 a.m.
Or he just wants to keep getting some.
But why wouldn't he put his shirt on first? It's just odd. Like, what you wouldn't.
So what's your theory there?
So my theory is that they didn't meet on the plane, or they may have even been on a plane where that interaction occurred. But the theory that's floating around is that she may have been either a high-end escort or part of some sugar daddy website matchmaking situation.
Okay.
She got her hooks into him, and now she has something over him that is big enough that she has leveraged it to kind of be his everything.
So what do you think she has?
I don't know. It could be something about when their stuff started. It could be as simple as how they met. Like, if it was on an escort website, or if it was through a friend, or through some unsavory circumstances. Maybe it was when he was with his ex. Maybe, there's a handful of things. Or she knows some other weird stuff about how the sausage is made. She knows some stuff about his career that he doesn't want out there. Something about his family he doesn't want out there. I don't know, but the way she's in control of absolutely everything, and seemingly everyone else has been cut out, it's kind of like she's the puppet master and he's the marionette. At least that's what it looks like right now.
She's definitely the puppet master.
But why would Bill Belichick sign up for that if there wasn't something holding him to that? And it's not just because she's wild in the sack.
Well, and he's not that type.
That's right.
He's a controlling
He's
God.
the one who controls.
Yes.
Yeah.
But maybe he saw a blind spot with like some of the, he knows deep down he's got to kind of be out there a little bit more. He's uncomfortable doing it. He needs someone to help him do it.
Sure.
And she talked him into that.
But some of this stuff seems so unlike him. I mean, sure, people turning over a new leaf, good for them, great. But the whole, I'm dressed as a fisherman with my mermaid picture, and there's so much weird stuff that she's gotten him into, the yoga on the beach or whatever.
Wait, wasn't he married?
Yeah, he was previously married. He had kids.
So
I don't know how. I don't know
when
his last marriage ended though. He may have been. I think he was dating someone for a while who was not his original wife. Her name was like Linda or something like that.
Yeah, you're right. And then this girl came along.
There was other speculation that this relationship may have just crossed over with his last relationship, and he doesn't want that out there.
And that's him leaving the house with no shirt on?
I don't know, maybe, but it's
oh hell yeah,
it just.
Listen,
I'm not saying she's an escort, and I'm not saying she's blackmailing him. But there are enough things there that make you say she has something on him, and it's why she's allowed to have so much control.
Yeah, I could see it. I think I tell you this. I don't know if any of that's true. I want it to be true.
Oh, I desperately want it to be true.
But I think that this will end badly. I don't think that. I know that this is not going to go well, and you can tell. Watch that CBS interview. You guys played the clips. We don't need to play them.
Well, because when he wants to pull the ripcord on this thing, she's gonna do something ugly,
no
publicly.
doubt, no doubt.
And I think that's why this has gone on as far as it has.
He's scared.
He doesn't want it to whatever he thinks she's capable of. He's like, oh no.
I think we should be worried about him.
Yeah. Does he need an intervention? He feels like he's being held hostage to a degree.
This is great. Okay, more on this. Let's keep this ball rolling. Next hour on The Fan.
Lauren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, NBA playoff action already underway in the Eastern Conference. The 5-seed Milwaukee Bucks trying to hold off elimination. They are playing Game 5 right now in Indiana. They're up 10. It's 46-36 with about 90 seconds to go in the first half. If Indy were to win, they would advance to the next round. Meanwhile, coming up at 4:30, you have the Knicks and Pistons, with the Knickerbockers able to punch their ticket to the next round with a win. That one's over on TNT. At 5:30 on NBA TV, the Celtics try to close out the Magic. And a Game 5 in Denver tonight between the Nuggets and Clippers. They're currently tied 2 games apiece. Denver are 1.5-point home dogs. That one is over on TNT. In the NFL, the 49ers signed tight end George Kittle to a 4-year extension worth more than $76 million. $40 million of that is guaranteed. And on the ice tonight, 4 playoff games. The first 2 pucks to drop are in Toronto between the Maple Leafs and Senators. The Leafs can punch their ticket to the next round with a win. And on TBS at 4:30, same goes for the Carolina Hurricanes as they take on the New Jersey Devils in Game 5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The inside story on the Blazers, Ducks, and Beavers. Danny and Dusty. Weekdays noon to 3 on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
Here it is, right now.
Welcome.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here? I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the sugarcoating.
I hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is going to be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hi. You know, Buck was just informing me that our friend Channing Frye is going to be on the halftime show of the Pacers-Bucks game on NBA TV, I think. And he was daring me to blow up his phone while he's on there.
See if you're really blocked.
And see if he checks it. Can we distract him?
My guess is he's professional enough not to check his notifications while he's on the air for his short halftime segment, but you never know.
Right. But he blocked me anyway, so.
We know this for sure?
They won't come through. No, we don't. But if I were him, I would. So I love your escort captor honey trap theory, and I'll tell you why. One, you can tell something's weird with Belichick and his girlfriend. Dude, he's 73, she's 24. Okay? Right there, it's weird.
He's informed the staff at UNC to CC her on all emails.
Yes.
Like, related to, she has her hands on everything.
And look, it really wasn't that weird in the CBS interview. Bill's always just kind of weird and awkward. But
sure.
It wasn't that weird until she chimed in. It's like, we're not talking about that.
And according to the reports,
that to yourself.
That happened 7 or 8 times during the interview, and they had to pause the interview for 30 minutes because at some point she stormed out and expected Bill to follow her, and he didn't. And they're like, what's going on? So... And apparently she was correcting details on the football stuff, too. So, I don't know. I mean, she wasn't even born when most of this happened.
She's acting like a child. Oh, wait. She is.
She was in college when they met.
God. Yeah, that's weird, too.
She was 21.
What if this is like some Epstein stuff? What if she knows? What if he's in the Epstein, you know?
What if they go back even further?
Diddy parties?
I don't know. Ooh.
Oh, like before she was of age?
Yeah.
Oh, my
I doubt it.
God. Well, the reason I love your theory is there are questions about that video. It's like,
what circumstance would have had to transpire that he would be leaving her house shirtless in the morning?
Well, and how did that get out there? She's the only one that can release that.
Unless it's a roommate, and even then, wouldn't she have like filed something or like threatened something? Like, I don't know.
Roommate? Do you think Bill's going over to her apartment if she has a roommate?
So if it's just her, then. I mean, who else would have access to the Ring camera to even put it out there? It's not him. It's just her. So
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's why it's a valid point. What's going on there?
Great question.
I'm
Question
with
that
you.
needs to be answered.
Well, the thing about her that we see all the time in sports media, and I'm sure it happens in all media, these PR people or marketing people or sports information people. These are the people, like, just to dumb it down, like in sports, like the Ducks, every let's just use college. Every college has a sports information department, and those are the people you have to go through to get interviews with coaches or players. They put out marketing materials like game notes and media guides, and they are the conduit to anybody at the university or in the athletic department or for their team that you must go through. And like I was telling Buck last segment, and I think he agrees with this, that I am constantly stunned at how many of them are terrible at their jobs. They really are backwards in how they handle things. And they don't do, and they hurt themselves in the process.
And it's often odd because the decisions they make, they think are protecting themselves or the organization that they're with, but you end up sending up a bigger flare or red flag about what the issue is by either trying to skirt it or get around it or avoid it, and it's backwards thinking.
Now the Ducks are notoriously pretty. They're good. They're fine to work with. They've just over the years always been very sort of. Adjective. They've always handled their business like they're elite.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So they're just, that's how they operate. I will tell you that the worst guy ever, and I mean the worst, like the shining example of what I'm talking about, was actually at Oregon State, and his name is now. God, it was on the tip of my tongue, and now it's going to escape me. But
who is it, or what position?
Well, he was the SID there for football.
Oh yeah,
the old guy, the old curmudgeon guy.
I know who you're talking about.
Oh my God! So Steve Fink, the guy who replaced him, and again, these are behind the scenes people that you probably, I mean, like you don't know, but Steve Fink was great. Steve Fink was like the nicest dude, very accommodating. Just a good guy and good at his job. The guy that he took over for,
I know the guy you're talking about. I've emailed with him before myself, and I can't come up with the name. But
he was the world's biggest a-hole and never did anything.
He did no favors for the university and for the athletic department.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how is that your PR guy?
It was a super old school. Like, it was him acting like they were elite. Like, you need the pub, dude. Like,
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Anyway, this happens all the time. Now, here's bringing it back to Jordan and Bill. People think they can thread this needle. So, and I'm talking about her here because he clearly is doing whatever she is saying, because there's no man worse with the media or more indifferent about the media than him. So he wouldn't be doing all this without her. So they're so out there on social media, and they're always promoting themselves. We just watched them on CBS. There are features on them. There are stories on them. There are photo shoots. There are interviews. But while all that is out there, they simultaneously try to control the narrative about what's out there. And it just doesn't work this way. And it amazes me how many people try this. So he is a 73-year-old man dating a 24-year-old girl.
48-year age gap.
You don't just get to present that the way you want to. Okay, yeah. It doesn't work that way. You don't get to present it as perfectly dandy, and people can't ask questions about it.
And he does address it to a degree in that interview. He goes, "Well, I've never really been concerned with other people think. Just kind of do what I think is best for me." And it's like,
yeah, okay. But you don't just get to show people a glimpse and then get bristly when someone wants you to reveal more.
And the thing is, he hasn't really gotten bristly. She has.
Well, that's what I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about her here, not him. He is clearly being puppeted on all this. So for her to just sit on the side and then chime in when she doesn't like something, like, that is not how being public works.
No.
So again, I'm just stunned at the number of people who think they can get away with this. If you have things to hide, or if you have things that you don't want to talk about, like the 50-year age difference between the two of you, then be private, okay? But you're not private. You want your cake, and you want to eat it too, and it's not going to go well for you shocking development.
Yeah, every topic you try to avoid or issue you try to skirt, that's what people ask about and want to know about more, and they become less interested in the things that you do want to push.
And you don't get to control what people are interested in.
No, and that's the thought.
And that's
it's
what
like
they think.
If I just give you something, then that's the thing you'll have to run with. Well, no, it's not the way it works.
Exactly, which is that whole thing about, you can explain this, but the Bill Belichick, there was an email that she put out there from Bill to her and other, I assume, publicist-type people, talking about how he was going to promote the book, and he was being bristly, like, I don't really want to do this, and I want it to be about the book, but the media narrative is I screwed this up or whatever. And she put that out there in order to make people believe that it's him that doesn't want to talk about all this stuff,
right?
Not her.
And she put it to the soundtrack of Taylor Swift, "Look What You Made Me Do."
Yeah, I mean, dude. And so the thing about him and her is they're all over the place in media, okay? So when you're all over the place and you're getting headlines and your Instagram, your stupid fisherman's poses or whatever, your yoga poses on
Beach
Instagram
yoga, yeah,
are blowing up, be prepared to be asked about that stuff. You did that. So this interview backfired on her immensely because now I think people are seeing, wait a minute, something's weird here. She's trying to help him promote his book, and then all of a sudden there are all these red flags because she's trying to be so controlling.
Well, people thought it was odd that they left that her interruption in there.
Yeah.
And there was a report, the producer said they thought that would make it most representative of the conversation because she was interjecting so frequently.
Yeah. They should, yes. If that was a big part of your sit down with
They
Bill
wanted
Belichick,
that show because it's how it went down.
They're going to put it in there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe the bigger conversation here is how in today's social media world, and just if you're in the spotlight in today's in this era, how do you keep some semblance of privacy? I mean, I've always just been one to think if you don't like it, stop doing it. It's not that hard. There are a lot of high profile names who keep very low profiles,
and they don't have that hard of a time doing it.
Right.
They just choose to not be out there and not have any narrative about that.
So if you're going to do it, I would, just be genuine about it. Like, just be you, be real. It feels like she's trying to manufacture what she wants out of this, and this never, ever, ever goes well.
Nope.
It always ends badly. It only gets worse because people then start sniffing around other business.
And it's going to turn him sour that she's getting frustrated about it. But right now we're in the stage of seeming like he doesn't maybe know how to get out of this situation without it being ugly and public and whatever. And here we are.
Well, and I'm hoping, she doesn't have a lot of skeletons in her closet, because I guarantee you now, guess what's happening? You are opening that can of worms because people are going to dig around about that.
Someone on the text line says it's like that episode of South Park where they make fun of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle for going on a publicity tour to let everyone know to keep their privacy.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And I was thinking about when I was kind of formulating thoughts about Bill and Jordan, I was thinking about those two.
That's a great example.
They're a great example.
Yeah.
Of like, we're leaving the royal family. Of course, I guess when you're in the royal family, though, some of that,
there's going to be some attention forever regardless.
Whether you want it or not.
But they're also leaning into we want to do our own thing, and we don't mind if people are aware of us doing our own thing, but you have to tell our story our way, and here's how we want it told.
Yeah, here's what we're doing. No, we want to know what you're really doing, not just some,
Please don't speculate about what went down in the fracture in the royal family.
Yeah, no.
But here's the charitable interests we're pursuing now.
We're so great, and look at our wonderful home, and we're living in the States now, and whatever. These people, man, it's crazy. I'm telling you, I don't know how it's going to end, but I know it's going to end badly between Bill and Jordan, and I can't wait. And I think that I really think that Buckley's right about a lot of this. I think that the what'd you call it, the escort captor honey trap theory?
Yeah,
I think that's right. We're witnessing just the tip of the iceberg.
It could just be a
very sinister
captor honey trap. It doesn't necessarily have to be escort, but it also feels like she got her hooks in somehow. Whether that was
she's got something on him.
Yeah.
Can't wait to find out what it is. Or actually, I'm here for the train wreck of them just still, just
right. Well, will there be some sort
of
financial settlement and an NDA that we don't ever hear? She just suddenly disappears.
What's going to happen at North Carolina? I'm sorry. Right now that we're not talking about it because it's about to be summer. Come fall, especially if North Carolina wins a game or two. Dude, Bill Belichick and his team, they're going to be a big story.
Yeah, they're already one of the biggest going into the next season just because of his name.
You mean her name?
Their name.
God. All right.
I think they start their season in Ireland, too.
That's next year.
Oh, is that 2 years?
Yeah, so they're playing no, because the Ireland game this year is Kansas State, Iowa State.
That's right.
But next year, it's TCU, North Carolina. Here's the question. Will Bill Belichick be the coach at North Carolina when they play in Ireland next year?
Great question.
I don't know that he will.
I think he definitely makes it through this season, but whether he's back for another, that's a good question.
Well, did you hear I think you were the one that sent me the link to the Boston sports radio guy who knows Belichick well.
Yeah.
And he was saying, again, it's Boston sports radio, so there's a whole other thing. But he was saying that his act is not going over well at North Carolina.
It sounds like whether he's out of his depths or just not familiar with how the college process works, that, things aren't essentially smooth over there.
Yeah. Well, Jordan is certainly showing her age, her tender age of 24, with how she's handling this. So maybe it's just that. Maybe it's very simply she's young, she's trying to help him, and he's trying to let her help him. It's just not. It's not going all that well. All right, could this really happen? That's next on The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure to sell. .1080 The Fan.
All right, enough speculation about Bill Belichick being a pedophile, although I think mostly confirmed by Ryan Buckley today.
I don't think that's how that went down.
Oh, man.
Enough about that. Here's another wild, stretch your mind sports bender. How about that?
Yeah.
I saw that Andrew Luck. So Luck was taking snaps.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, he's 35.
Right.
He was taking snaps because he's the GM at Stanford now. And, of course, you think of him as maybe older. He's been out of the lexicon for a while, but he's
because
only
of his
35.
absence from the game, he's
35 isn't that old. That's younger than you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
5 years younger than me.
And he does have a year of eligibility left.
I thought that expires when you go pro. I don't think you can go back.
I'm sure it does. This is not an exercise of, oh, what if this happens? This is an exercise in what would that look like? If Andrew Luck is the starting quarterback at Stanford next season, would he be good? I think that'd be pretty good.
You know what I think it would kind of be like? Do you remember like the very final years of Peyton Manning where like his neck was all screwed up and he had zero arm strength and could barely grip a football, but he just still understood the game plan and the defenses so well that he could just go in there and put them in the right look and he could dump it off 5 or 7 yards.
You think it'd be like that? You don't think Luck
I mean,
has
I don't know if
a
he
little
can
something
I don't know if he can uncork it still or not. I mean, he left because of pretty serious injury, right? Or was he just preventing?
What was his? I thought he
was his a neck thing too, or was his concussions?
Looking it up. But what? No, seriously. Like, I'll give you the current Stanford quarterback or Andrew Luck. Next year,
probably Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
The thing is, he was so smart and so good and such a savant. That's what makes me think down the Peyton Manning road that like even if the kid who's supposed to start there has all the physical tools, he can probably put them in the better look, in the better situation, and distribute the ball to the right guy better than the guy who's there.
That's what I think too. So 2017, he lost a season due to a shoulder injury. The next year was his last season. They started 1-5.
AI tells us that it was primarily due to the physical and mental toll of numerous injuries that he sustained throughout his career. So
he wanted to protect his body. He was like, "I'm done. Enough.
I'm sick of putting myself through this."
I don't know. What if? So this would be akin to, because I was looking up Ducks quarterbacks who would be about this age.
Yeah.
This would be akin to Darren Thomas.
Oh my God.
Or maybe Jeremiah Masoli coming back now.
Yeah.
And playing for the Ducks, although they weren't as good as Andrew Luck.
No.
But power rank the over 30 quarterbacks that you would want.
Oh man.
That you'd take because he's up there. He might be number 2. Of course, everyone's going to say Tom Brady, and I said over 30. Tom Brady's damn near 85 years old.
Yeah, what's Tom, 45?
I think he's
now?
47.
47.
I'd still want him out there. He's only a couple years removed from playing, dude. I'd still want him out there because he's taking care of himself.
He's 47. He'll be 48 in August,
and I want him.
Yeah,
I'll give him to me.
You would take
college season next year or this season, Tom Brady or Drew Lock?
Oh, Tom Brady.
Not even a debate.
I don't think so. If he can get him, if he's going out on the field, it's because he could get himself there.
Okay.
And I take him.
Bo Nix or Tom Brady? College season this year.
Oh, a college season?
Yes.
Bo Nix.
Well, that's what I asked Drew Lock, Tom Brady, college season. Because what I'm saying is,
I just think that Bo Nix is way better than Drew Lock.
No, I know, but in college, like Drew Lock was pretty good.
Sure.
Tom Brady.
Bo Nix was even better.
He was, but but I'm saying if Drew Lock went back to college, he would have success right now. He's just much younger than Tom Brady.
Right. But I would go Brady, then Nix, then Lock.
What about over 30 quarterbacks? So Brady won.
Okay.
That retired over 30 quarterbacks.
Okay.
That you would want. Tom Brady would be 1. I think Andrew Luck is going to be number 2. Is he not?
Probably.
So I'll give you. I mean, I'm trying to think of a quarterback in college who is no longer in college who could still sling it in college. Maybe like Bailey Zappi. He was pretty good in wherever he went.
Sure, yeah.
Bailey Zappi or Andrew Luck. College season starting this fall.
Zappi because he's had more recent reps.
Okay.
But it's
Sam Hartman or Andrew Luck.
Andrew Luck.
See what I mean?
Andrew Luck could go start for Bill Belichick right now in Chapel Hill.
Yeah, I think he could. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think at Stanford, he'd be pretty good.
He'd be
now.
He might be better than what they have. He probably is,
yes.
in fact.
And of course, no, I'm not saying that this would happen. This is not what I'm saying.
Well, this happened occasionally. Do you remember this happened with Scott Frost a little bit in his coaching days, both at Nebraska and at Central Florida? He was such an option guru from his time at Nebraska that he would put the pads and helmet on, and when they were playing an option team, he would run the scout team and still play the option quarterback for the scout team, and he'd kick his defense's ass.
I love that. Somebody brought up Johnny Manziel.
Ooh.
Manziel? Well, okay.
Because he physically, he's a shell of what he used to be.
I just don't think
I don't think physically he could do it.
Well, he's getting up there, isn't he? I mean, how old is...
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I don't think... He's a guy who has spent his days drinking and golfing. Like,
yeah, so he's 32. Would he make your list of over 30 retireds that you'd want? Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, in college. I'm talking about...
No, I know.
Even
but, like, now, he was... We already know that he doesn't study. He's not going to be ready for that.
Yeah, we don't want him. You're right. Matt Ryan?
Oh, yeah. Matt Ryan could go carve up college right now, I think.
Yeah, I think he could too. But why but this is my point. Why do we think that Matt Ryan will carve up college and Andrew Luck wouldn't? Andrew Luck's 2 years younger.
Yeah. Because Matt Ryan has done it against pros more recently. That's why.
Yeah, okay. Eli Manning?
Yep, I saw that name come up.
You want... I mean...
He's been retired in 2018, so he's 7 years out.
Listen, here's a good one. What if 39-year-old Ben Roethlisberger's fat ass was back there? That would be pretty good.
How fat is he?
I think he's real fat now. I mean, I don't know, but
I think I'd probably go with the kid you've got over Ben Roethlisberger.
Really?
The big bowl of gravy rolling around him back there.
Yeah, he's big.
What about Peyton Manning? Could Peyton Manning carve up a college defense right now? He's not very mobile.
No,
doesn't have much arm strength.
Boy. How old's Peyton now? So he's 49. No, he's older than Brady. No. I'm out on him. And maybe some of that's just bias.
Peyton's 49.
Yeah, well, I know, I just said that.
No.
Thank you for paying attention.
I'm doing my research.
Yeah.
Award-winning research.
He's older than Brady, and I think some of it is just how he looked when he retired. It's like, well, it's an interesting exercise, and I want to see it done.
Well, how about a guy who doesn't have a job right now, Aaron Rodgers?
Badgie. Oh, yeah. See, now, well, okay, but I said retired quarterbacks.
I know.
Over 30.
But he might be retired. We don't know.
Cal signs Aaron Rodgers for one more season.
You know he's better than whatever they've got this year, right?
Gets a little NIL money.
Yeah.
Well, it'll never happen. But I got to tell you.
We can dream.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Andrew Luck play one more year of college. And
I'll sign up for that.
Perhaps at Kansas.
That I'm less enthusiastic about.
All right, in the news is coming up next. TriMet barber goes to prison. We have a bunch of deads I got to tell you about. And are cashless businesses illegal? All coming up. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, NBA playoffs going on right now. The Indiana Pacers have reclaimed the lead against the Milwaukee Bucks. It's 52-51 in favor of the Pacers. 8:29 to go in the third quarter. Indiana can win the series with a win tonight. Meanwhile, on the ice, Toronto is trying to close out the Ottawa Senators right now up in Toronto on home ice. That one is currently 1-1 in the middle of the first period. Some other news going on today in the NFL. George Kittle, the 49ers tight end, agrees to a 4-year contract extension with the franchise. It's worth more than $76 million. $40 million of that is guaranteed. More sportsman stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back, the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf.
Boy, people are just texting in old quarterbacks who are retired, over 30 quarterbacks retired, who we'd like to see play one more season in college. Tony Romo, do you think he'd still?
Nah.
No? Phillip Rivers?
No. No.
Robert Griffin? Tim Tebow? Oh, God.
Tebow! Leader of men.
You know who's a great one? Cam Newton.
Ooh.
I think I'd want him for one college season.
Luke always talks about that crab meat shoulder of his, though. I don't know if he can get it done. He was pretty damaged goods by the end.
We go back to Andrew Luck.
I know.
All right, it is April 29, 2025. It's time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Nice to be back. Please be seated. Thank you. Today is Viral Video Day. Do you know what the most viral video of all time is? Are you aware of this?
Ooh, let me go with one of the originals. I will say Charlie Bit My Finger.
Oh.
Or maybe David at the Dentist.
Charlie Bit My Finger.
Or the
That's
David at
up
the
there.
Dentist.
No, I think it's the original YouTube video.
Oh, like the first one ever posted?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Well, it's the guy. It's the Me at the Zoo. It's one of the YouTube founders.
Oh, okay.
He's at the zoo.
Great.
Standing in front of the elephants.
I still remember when YouTube came about and I was like told about it in, I think, middle school or something like that. And I'm like, the idea was, well, you can just go there to watch any video. And I'm like, but I already know what websites my favorite videos are already on. I had like there were places on the internet you would go to see stuff, and YouTube aggregated all of it, and I didn't even get that initially. And then mostly because people weren't putting their videos on there. It was that they were living on their own sites. And then somehow we hit the tipping point, and
it's got
like
it's
wildfire.
got everything.
Yeah,
you're right. 347 million views for that vid.
Man,
isn't that a lot? I feel like that's a lot.
Yeah, what's the most? I think it's a music video, but like the most viewed video on YouTube of all time. I don't think it's that. I think that was the original
viewed video.
Yeah,
music video. You mean?
Most viewed YouTube video is the Baby Shark dance.
Oh, no way. Really?
15.8 billion views.
Baby Shark, do.
That's the one.
Ugh. God, what an indictment on society. It is also World Wish Day. Make a wish. What's your big sports wish?
Ooh, Ducks National Championship.
Yeah? Over the Giants? Yeah, the Giants have won.
I've seen them do it. Like, in my lifetime, the one I don't have, or the ones I don't have, would be Oregon and the San Jose Sharks.
Yeah, you can't waste it on hockey.
No.
You get a big sports wish. Ducks win
the
it.
Ducks.
Win the netty.
It's the Ducks.
Well, you guys talked about the TriMat Barber, so
yeah,
we don't
briefly
need to go into that. But you know that is one. Netty! So this is the dude who was on the Max train, like cutting women's hair,
and spreading fluids,
and like, and he kept. So they kept arresting him, and then he would it was like this vicious cycle of come back out and do it again. And I remember specifically us talking about him multiple times, and Souk going like, this is one of those guys who hasn't done enough to lock up.
Like to do hard time for a long time.
But he's also someone who doesn't deserve to be in society.
Can't be out with the rest
What
of us.
do you do with those people? Yeah. And so I am happy to report, as Buck reported yesterday or maybe Friday on In the News, that he is going away for 22 years.
Yeah.
They got him on. So he was also upskirting, wasn't he, or like filming under stalls?
He was taking photos of women in a public restroom without their knowledge. They found, I think, more than 31 photos and videos on his device.
Yeah.
And there were other things too. I think in the article it said that he had, some sort of like felony weapons brandishing. He was also possession of meth. So a real 5-star,
a real winner
prospect there.
Yeah. So he's going away 22 years. Thank God. Okay. 2 leaders of a Venezuelan gang arrested in Portland.
Ooh.
Yes, they were indicted in a racketeering case. The gang is called Tren de Aragua.
Ooh.
They were arrested in Portland, accused in a sex, drug, and gun trafficking conspiracy. So they are 27-year-old men, one named Johan, the other David. They are members of an offshoot gang called Anti-Tren, made up of associates and former members of Tren de Aragua, who operate mainly in New York and New Jersey.
So so it's basically sounds like they fractured off of the group and they were maybe even a rivaling gang now to this other one. Because if they're the anti-Tren to the Tren de Agua,
they say there are only 27 members or associates. They are accused of racketeering, sex trafficking, harboring immigrants for sex trafficking, and possessing guns. This is all in New York, so they somehow showed up here.
Were they they just fleeing here? They thought they wouldn't get caught in sleepy old Oregon?
I don't know. It says that those guys and a few of the others are accused of bringing women mostly from Venezuela to the United States for sex trafficking and distributing drugs, committing robberies, as it were.
You do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
And they say some of the gang members have actually executed real-life human beings.
We'll execute the baby.
This is not for the faint of heart.
No.
But
well,
those
I'm glad
guys,
we got them.
Yeah, right here in Portland. Can you imagine that? Like, you're just shopping in Fred Meyer and there's that guy picking out a tomato?
Was it clear that they were actively looking for them, or did they catch them doing something else and then they realized who they were?
No, they were looking for him.
Wow, that's great.
Indicted in another state. There's a lot to that story. Yeah, the New York police commissioner called Tren de Aragua one of the most dangerous gangs in the country.
Well, and the gang had executing people.
Yeah, shown zero regard for the safety of New Yorkers. So 2 of them bagged here. Boy, this is a sad story. 2 young runners died after a half marathon down in Eugene. Did you see this?
No.
2 of them. They crossed the finish line of half marathons in Oregon this month, and they were both unexplained cardiac events.
What?
Yes.
I don't like this.
You shouldn't.
I signed up for a triathlon today, and I don't like this. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You signed up for a triathlon?
Yeah, I did.
This is breaking news.
Why? What are you doing?
Why would anyone sign up for triathlon to get in shape, baby?
Exactly. They're all insane.
Yeah, well, it's insane.
This is insane. So wait, you're gonna go on that journey?
I've been doing the swimming for a while, and that's kind of what turned me onto it. Like I've been lap swimming for months now, and realized that part I've got down, and I think is generally the hardest part. And then
what order do they do them?
It's so I'm doing a sprint triathlon, which is like the shortest kind.
Okay.
And it's an 800-meter swim, a 12-mile bike, and a 5K.
All right. Well, that's not a real. Okay. That's a little different.
It's a sprint triathlon.
Hey, I'm not making fun. I know Suk would be poking fun at you right now. I am telling you.
Oh, wait till you hear this. I get my own special classification. I'm part of the Clydesdale group as a husky boy over the age of 220.
You're a freaking Clydesdale?
I'm a Clydesdale, baby.
Oh, my God. I love that so much.
Yeah, all the lads over 220 get their own division, the Clydesdales.
Clydesdales.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah. I ran my first 5K last week, and it didn't go as bad as I thought it would. So,
what's that? 3 miles?
Yeah, 3.1.
How long? Under 30?
No. It was. I did it in about 40 minutes, and I did 3.5 miles.
Okay.
So.
Well, listen. That's not a. I'm not making.
My goal is to
Good
have a goal and to finish it.
That's right. Good for you. That's wonderful. But like, can we just call that's not a triathlon?
Yeah, it is because you run, bike, and swim.
But I think they need a different name for it.
There's different lengths. They have the Olympic triathlon, which I think is
that the full length?
I think that's the one that has the half marathon at the end.
Isn't there an extreme triathlon?
There's one called a Beast Man triathlon that is like a 2-mile swim and then like a 50-mile bike and then like a regular marathon or something like that. I ain't doing that.
So what'd you say? 800-meter swim, 12 miles on the bike,
and then a 5K.
All right, that's doable.
Maybe.
In what order?
In that order. Swimming, biking, running.
Yeah, okay. I think you got this. When is it?
Father's Day weekend, June 14th.
Ooh, that's coming up.
It is.
You really are training hard and stuff?
Well, that's a loaded question, but I have been swimming regularly, and I proved to myself last week that I can handle the running. The bike seems to be the easiest part to me, even though I don't have one currently.
What's more likely, you finish or get hurt?
I think it's more likely that I finish. Because it's not It's not like I'm going to go get hit by a linebacker or something. I guess I could twist an ankle or pull something, but I've been doing the various trainings, and I haven't done anything to myself yet. I'm not out here trying to, like, set a time record, so I'm not, pushing these hammies as far as they can go or whatever.
Yeah, somebody said they were a little sad Suk wasn't here when the TriMet barber got taken down. I am, too. I'm also a little sad that he wasn't here when you announced you're doing a triathlon.
Yeah. Well,
because I feel like
tell him.
He'd be laying into you right now.
About what?
But it's not
He's
my
a cyclist.
Style. Yeah, I know, but you know him.
Sure.
I just think he would doubt your
ability.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able. Can't wait to prove him wrong.
Yeah, good. Me, on the other hand, I'm supportive.
I have 2 goals: finish, followed by don't finish last.
Okay.
And we'll see if that happens. I can live with the second one not coming.
Well,
true.
I bet you're going to see some beefy dudes in the Clydesdale.
I have no idea what to expect. I've never done one of these.
I think they should name the Clydes. This is good for department stores. The Husky section now needs to be the Clydesdales section.
Yeah. They have a name. There's a women's category as well. That's the Athena category. That's the women's version of the Clydesdale.
Athena, like the Greek goddess?
I guess.
Yeah.
Clydesdale's cooler.
Yeah, and yes, I'll be putting. I will be putting out.
We'll have to bet it.
Potential wagers for you guys. Yeah. There's no question. Wow, exciting news! Boy, we buried the lead,
and it makes me sad.
Well, yeah. Back to the bad news. Sunday morning, steps after completing the Eugene half marathon, 23-year-old Mateo Cruz collapsed on the track at Hayward Field. Race organizers said he received immediate medical attention. He died. He lived in Eugene. He finished the 13.1 mile race in just under 2 hours.
So my big question, are these regular runners, or is this the first time they've tried something like this?
Well, if he ran 13 miles in under 2 hours, I'm guessing he's a pretty good runner.
Yeah.
Seeing as how you did 3.5 miles in 40 minutes. Mr. Clydesdale.
Yeah.
You're my favorite Clydesdale, though.
Do you think they took the Fauci ouchie? Got the jab?
I wouldn't want to speculate on that, Ryan.
Well, many will want to.
On April 5th, another runner, Cameron Morris, a 19-year-old Oregon State University sophomore, died of cardiac arrest after completing the Corvallis half marathon. Moments after crossing the finish line, she collapsed in the arms of her friends. God, maybe it is the Fauci ouchie.
I don't like it. I'm doing mine at up at elevation. And there's collapse at the finish line.
Did you get the Fauci ouchie?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in trouble. See? She was from Tri-Cities. Very sad news.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Are cashless businesses illegal? We'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
Yeah. The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. How about this kick in the nuts? Not only did we lose the coin flip to Phoenix, so we're technically in the 10th seed. If the Phoenix Suns somehow break through and win the lottery,
the coin flip pick, they get the pick.
They get the pick. Not only would that be a kick in the nuts because that should have been us.
If you did lose a coin flip.
I'm now going to tell you that Cooper Flag will be a Houston Rocket.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k
be joined today by one of the top Clydesdales in the sprint triathlon of Bend, Oregon.
Do you think I am the top first-round betting golf leader among Clydesdales?
I don't know. I'd have to see who you're competing against. Maybe
west of the Mississippi?
Maybe for debutantes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, sure. First-timers.
Because I'm guessing anybody that's done it before is going to beat you.
Sure.
No offense.
No,
maybe not.
No, I meant, do you think I'm the top first-round leader golf bettor among Clydesdales?
Like I said, no. I think you are among debutantes, first-timers. Right? I would take
at the triathlon or at the golf betting?
At the triathlon.
No, I'm saying at the golf betting. Do you think among Clydesdales I'm the best first-round leader golf bettor?
Oh, among Clydesdales? Oh yeah. No question. There's no
You're
no one
leading
better.
Clydesdale first-round leader golf bettor. That's what I mean.
Correct. Now, you said during the break, you made a good point. You said, what's the worst that can happen? I don't finish. No, the worst that can happen
what you just talked about
is you die.
Yeah.
Because apparently you do when crossing the finish line of a half marathon.
I guess.
Or in
Good
this
thing
case,
it's not a half marathon.
From the Clydesdale category of the sprint triathlon.
The Bend Pacific Crest Endurance Festival Sprint Triathlon.
Love it so much. Oregon lawmakers proposing penalties for businesses that don't accept cash. This is a new bill. It's turn up the heat. State Senator James Manning says he tried to pay for a drink with cash only to be told the hotel doesn't accept it. Manning helped pass a law in 2022 forcing Oregon businesses to accept cash. I didn't know that. Did you know that? You have to have
I did not know that.
He says it does no good to write a bill or a law and there is no accountability portion on there. 3 years later, he's back. Senate Bill 1176 pushing the state's labor bureau to teach businesses to accept cash unless it's online or a big purchase over $100. He says it's not a point of trying to push anybody. It's the fact that this is America and U.S. currency and cash is still king.
America, yeah!
Now, I guess I see both sides of this. I mean, there probably are some people that operate strictly with cash. This says 1 in 25 U.S. households don't use banks.
I don't even know how that's possible.
1 in 25.
Really.
Yeah, lower income, I guess, you know. I think maybe not everyone has a
but
bank
even
card.
so, like, does that mean whenever you get paid, you're just getting a physical check from your employer and you're taking it to a random bank and cashing it? Like, wouldn't you still use a bank in some capacity regularly?
I think they use those check cashing places.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Well, I can't say I knew this was a law. There's no federal rule forcing businesses to take cash unless there's a state law. So he's saying Oregon, he wants to enforce Oregon's. I don't know. I think that's weird. I think, I suppose I see both sides of it. I think it's one of those where if I were in a business, say a drink, he wanted to buy a drink and they were like, we don't take your cash here. I'm guessing I would get a free drink, wouldn't I? I mean, they're not going to take the drink away and
no,
because they don't take my. I mean, look, all I have is cash. That's all I have. I have no bank card, nothing. I was robbed, except they left me with my cash.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to buy this vodka soda.
Yeah.
For $9. Here's 10. Keep the change. No, sir, I can't accept that. Well, then what happens?
You're under arrest.
Apparently in Oregon, I'm sitting next to the TriMet barber. I have one more story here, but I think we're out of time. It is about why. Now, this is going to need to breathe a little.
All right, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
you want to tease it?
I'm going to tease it, and it's why the Northwest has so many bikini barista stands.
Oh, okay.
Do you know why this is?
I do not know why.
Well, it is a big thing here, you know.
Is it because of the rules of the gentlemen's clubs that are more stringent?
I think that's part of it. Yeah. What, less stringent, you mean? Like, our nudity laws aren't quite as
oh, yeah, they're less
strict.
stringent. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Like in California.
You sure you're
California
Clydesdale?
brain. No.
Somebody texted in, they said that you're going to get smoked.
See, it's not
in
like
the Clydesdale division.
How is it any worse than getting smoked by the entire race group?
Well, it's not like you care about getting smoked. You're not in this to smoke
not
fools.
My thought was that the only reason you just put that designation up is because you happen to be a Husky boy. And then your time gets compared with all the other Husky boys instead of the whole group at large. So I'm not worried about how much better those Clydesdales are than me.
He says you're going to get crushed as a Clydesdale. The top 5 are always guys who finished mid-pack in the pro levels that just happen to be 6'5" Adonises and barely 220. Oh, boy.
So? What?
I
don't think I have to keep up with them.
Yeah, you do. Bitch, you're Clydesdale.
The one that was way more concerning is the person that texted, I did a real triathlon, trained every day in the lake that the event was in. Nothing could prepare you. I got out in the water so far behind the race that the officials left. I rode my bike down the running portion. 8 miles went by till I figured out I had to turn around. I was behind by over an hour. My new goal was to just not finish last. I did it. I was in incredible running shape at the time and got second place. Only 2 people in my category. But I don't like...
That's a great story.
Nothing can prepare you. The officials left.
And then
that's what I'm worried about.
But he caught up. He still finished second
of two.
But hey, he finished.
Yeah.
Good on him.
I just want to finish.
This is my thing about triathlons. I feel like it's a good goal. It's just like anything else. It's like hiking a big mountain or something, okay? You want the goal. You like the challenge of meeting the goal, training for and climaxing. Okay, I get that. But do people ever do you ever compete in multiple triathlons if they're not insane? Like you do it once, it's like, okay. It's kind of like a marathon.
I'm kind of wondering in the next, like I mentioned, I've kind of been working towards this for a little while, at least portions of it, but I wonder if over the next month plus, once I do this, I'm like, actually, I wonder if I could do a longer one, a real one, improve my time. I don't know.
I think it's going to go the other way. This is what I'm saying. Now, look, I get it. There's a lot of people who are marathoners, and that's what they do. They run a bunch of marathons. But I'm saying the vast majority of people, they run a marathon once, they do a triathlon once. And that's great. You should do that. But I think once you experience it, it's one of those things that's like, I don't
know if I need to do that again.
Not that great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like hood to coast. I mean,
It's entirely possible that's how I feel afterwards. Yeah. But then there's a small part of me that's like, maybe I'll just like the way this fitness feels so much, I'll start doing more of it.
Boy, I tell you, I'm going to put odds on all of this. And let me tell you, that bet right there, that is a long shot. That ain't happening. But you never know.
I got this far.
What do you mean this far? You haven't done anything.
I chose to sign up for something where I have to run a 5K and I hate running.
You've come this far. You're giving yourself credit for signing up?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you should get credit for signing up.
Thinking that I should actually do this when I hate running and hate exercising?
Do you like swimming?
Yeah. Probably not in a river with 100 other people. Other Clydesdales crushing me.
See, I don't like the swimming part.
I love the swimming part.
I think that's the worst part.
I think everyone thinks that's the worst part. That's the whole reason I thought maybe I could actually pull this off. It's because the swimming part, I wouldn't say it comes easy to me, but I feel very comfortable with it.
I love this. Somebody else texts in, I cyclocross Clydesdale. So now we're into all the lingo.
I guess. I didn't even know what it was until 10 o'clock this morning.
And he says he understands. He said, we don't count the first 5 guys because they're the dudes who sandbag it to have points. It's their ego. How about that?
Yeah, because if these Adonises are so great, why are they in the Clydesdale division of the sprint triathlon? They're just trying to rack up some personal stats.
Now somebody's like, oh my God, you're doing a sprint tri and making that a big deal? Well,
somebody else told me that sprint triathlons are for the kids. I said the kids in my fat ass.
Now this is just unfair. Let's let the guy, he's got a goal. He's trying to get in shape. Let him freaking sign up for a sprint tri as a Clydesdale.
Yeah, have you seen me? If you have not seen my figure.
It is cute.
Chugging along.
I tell you what, dude, I ain't doing no freaking sprint tri. Screw that. Would I be a Clydesdale?
Are you 220 plus?
No.
Then no.
What category am I in?
Just
regular. Regular?
Regular guy.
Sexy? I'll be in the sexy category.
Sure. You can come in last in that one.
Here's somebody who said, hey, I ran hood to coast twice. The second time was just to see if it sucked as much as I thought it did. And it did.
So you're saying I'm going to do a second triathlon after the first one and be like, nope, still sucks.
Maybe. That's a possibility, but I don't think you. I think you're one and done, but I think you're going to do this. I'm rooting for you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I'd be sad if you were rooting against me.
Yeah, see, this is where I think Suk would be. I really think
he'd be rooting for me to not make it.
He's going to be up your ass about this, but I won't be. I'm supportive.
Okay.
Oh, man. Good times. Coming up next. Okay, so that's in the news. Did you know that?
That is in the news.
It's done. Brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Tomorrow we will explore why the Northwest has so many bikini barista stands. But up next is the Hot 5 at 5. Plenty of sports news, so stay right there on The Fan.
Swag here, and the spring weather has me needing to get my
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, plenty of playoff action going on, both on the hardwood and on the ice. 2 games going on in the NBA right now. The Indiana Pacers with a 79-75 lead over the Dame Lillardless Bucks. That game just entering the fourth quarter. Indiana can punch their ticket to the next round if they can hold on to the win. Meanwhile, Detroit and New York have tipped things off in Madison Square Garden. They're getting towards the end of the first quarter in that one. The Pistons up 17-14. Meanwhile, the Carolina Hurricanes have fallen in a 3-0 hole in Game 5 against the Devils. They were looking to close out the Devils tonight, but that's looking like it may go to a 6th game. Meanwhile, in the NFL, the 49ers and tight end George Kittle have agreed on a 4-year contract extension worth more than $76 million. $40 million of that is guaranteed. More sports, scores, and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice, juicy little Tuesday. It's your sports bro. Roth, that's me. So. Big Souk not over there. And Ryan Buckley, our new favorite sprint try Clydesdale.
That's right.
Is in the house today with the big announcement that he will be running and biking and swimming in the Bend Sprint Try.
Yeah.
As they're called.
That's right.
In the Clydesdale division.
Yeah.
So big exciting sports news today. I'm surprised if you see that on KGW.com tomorrow. Perhaps an in-studio interview.
Might make the local news in Bend.
Might not.
I know. It's not going to make the news here either.
Well, I want it to. It's making this news, okay?
That's right.
It made
You're
my
hyped.
in the news.
Yeah.
What?
I am hyped. I love this.
I'm sorry. I want to run.
Coming up this hour, which quarterback just drafted will shock us all? We have our NBA bubble bath. Got to get caught up on some NBA playoff items. It's been pretty exciting. There's been a lot of stuff going down.
Yeah, there's some series with some serious bad blood going on, and some of these series are very much up in the air still. So yeah, I'm excited about the playoffs.
And then coming up tonight in the club, I'll be weighing in on the 100 men versus one silverback gorilla.
Now, apparently the
debate.
exercise that the morning show was doing was how many of a single fan archetype could beat a gorilla, and or which would you most want? So, like, would you rather rank 100 Souks versus 100 Rops versus 100 Spragues versus 100 Buckleys against the gorilla? Does that make sense?
No.
So if you were able to clone each person of the fan 100 times,
Yeah.
which 100 of one of us would have the best chances?
Oh, well,
And
that's
Souk
easy.
is definitely number one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. That's not even a debate,
But
is
they,
it?
they were debating the rest of the hierarchy.
Oh, the rest of it. Yeah. Who's number 2 on that list?
Yeah, I don't know.
Against the gorilla? I mean, you got to have, well. Yeah, well.
It's tough.
That's going to be we'll have to talk about that in the club tonight. That'll be 6 to 7. Right now, though, the very hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com.
I got something's on.
Number 5.
Now, this is not in the hot 5 at 5, but it probably should be. Our favorite sprint try Clydesdale is already getting emails thrown at him on the text line from potential coaches.
I saw that.
He wants to coach you up.
And you know what? I'm going to take that advice. I'm this close to just Googling, like, triathlons for beginners. I don't know what I don't know. I know I'm going to need a stupid wetsuit thing and probably a whole lot more stuff.
Oh, I thought you'd wear a Speedo.
It's 60 to 65 degrees in the Deschutes, which won't be super comfortable, so I'm going to get something
Be a
that
man.
insulates.
You're a Clydesdale.
That's right, I am a
Clydesdales don't wear wetsuits. They
I
wear
think they
Speedos.
do. I think they do. Keep my little muscles from freezing up.
The Sacramento Kings are finalizing a deal to make interim coach Doug Christie their full-time head coach. Yes, that Doug Christie. The team pretty good under him.
Yeah.
27 and 24.
I worked with him for a
okay.
couple years. Fantastic guy, and I sent him a text message today congratulating him.
Yeah? Did he block you?
No, he texted me back and said thank you.
Do you think he knew who it was from?
Yes, because he said thanks, Buck.
Oh. All right. You guys are
Number
tight.
4.
We worked together for 2 years when the Kings were atrocious, and working with him was great because he made a bad season pretty fun.
Wasn't he the one whose wife made him
weigh his balls when he got back from
Yeah.
road trips to make sure that there wasn't anything that had been released, even though it doesn't work like that? They also renew their marital vows every year. They get married again every year.
They're still together, huh?
Yeah. Doug and Jackie. I think she was on NBA Wives or NBA Housewives or reality show they had.
Mariners lead the AL West after rattling off 12 of 16. They are third in all of baseball with 42 home runs. Only the Yankees and Dodgers have more. Tonight, Seattle hosting the Angels for the first of two at Le Pink. I just want to point out that the Mariners have 42 home runs. Would you like to guess how many the Royals have?
16.
13.
Oh, man. That's not good.
Can you believe that?
What's Bobby doing?
Bobby! He has maybe 2, 3. By the way, the Yankees are up 12-0 on the Orioles, and it's only in the 5th inning.
Someone said their first 3 batters of the game went back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah. Boy, what's gotten into Baltimore?
Yeah.
They're terrible.
Are they just bad?
They're just bad.
Do they not have any pitching?
At least so far. Kyle Gibson hit for 9 earned runs in that game. The NBA is contemplating a new format for its All-Star game. Again, this time they're talking about an international competition of U.S. versus the world, which that's what come on. They should have done that last year.
Right now, with how the balance of the power is in the league between the U.S. and the world, it's the perfect time to do that.
Yeah.
And the way everybody got kind of swept up with the Olympics this last summer, like that's the thing to do right now.
Well, they're also saying, since they're going to be back on NBC, the All-Star game is going to fall conveniently right in between, right during Winter Olympics coverage on NBC.
Oh.
So it will kind of fit in that way as well.
So then everyone watching the Olympics can say, what is this crap?
Yeah, they'll probably get some of that. But could be a nice little fit for a trial run. I don't know. Can't hurt.
Anything's better than last year. Last year sucked.
Yeah, that was even worse.
In their defense, at least they tried something, but the thing they tried was god-awful.
Boy, it really was.
It's like 4 different teams, and one of them was made up of the scrubs who played in the Rising Stars. It was bad.
College basketball is getting a nice, healthy boost. Only 106 players were early entrants into the NBA draft. That number was 363 just 3 years ago. So basically what that means is a lot of good talent is returning to the college game, proving that NIL is a good thing. Prove me wrong. One of those players is UConn's Alex Caravan, 2-time NCAA champ, has pulled his name out of the draft pool. They projected him late first round, but he's like, screw it, I'll just go back to college and try to win another one.
But you brought this up before. The quality of college basketball has gotten much better in the NIL era because there's more incentive for guys whose games aren't there yet to stick around and work it out.
Exactly. And 363 minus 106, whatever that is, whatever number that is, that's the number of players that you are throwing back into the college basketball player pool. That is significant. And those are good players. I mean, if they're thinking of the NBA draft, they've got some talent. Whoa.
There we go.
Was that a misfire?
That was a miscount. I thought we were on 2 again. We just did 2.
Number one.
Well, I've got playoffs tonight, but also a football note. I'll get to that in a second. Pacers lead the Bucks 87-82. Of course, if you didn't see, it was a torn Achilles for Damian Lillard. He's going to be out probably all of next season. So just a horrible blow to the Bucks, who are already down 3-1 to the Pacers. They're hanging tough, but with 8.5 minutes left, the Pacers have a 5-point lead in Game 5. Knicks and Pistons just underway. The Knicks can put Detroit away. By the way, we won't talk about this because it's yesterday's news, but that Josh Hart foul? Come on. That's a foul.
Yeah.
What is going on?
I think it was.
Who's winning? What is occurring? Why would that not be called? Ridiculous. Knicks have the early 1-point lead there. And then we also get Boston, Orlando. Is that tonight?
Yep. It's in about 15 minutes.
Where's our money tonight on that one?
Boston to close it out. Probably big.
Okay. They're back at home.
They're at home minus 11.5.
Oh, we get is Clippers Nuggies?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's the nightcap. 7 o'clock. I think
yeah.
NBA TV for that. No. I think that one's on TNT. And yeah, it's a Game 5 and a 2-2 series.
Yeah, it says TNT. I'm in. And the NFL note, tight end George Kittle, 4-year extension with the Niners. He'll get $40 million guaranteed, $76.4 million overall. Keeps him there through 2029. He is 31 years old. There's your Hot 5 at 5, brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. 19 locations across Oregon and Washington. Now in Lackamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. Okay, I don't much care about the NFL draft, but the quarterbacks are always interesting, and we will discuss them next on The Fan.
It's back. The Fan.
So I have to tell you about this. I'm obligated as a sports guy to tell you about this.
What?
P1 Scott just sent this to me, and you got to look this up, and I want to know your thoughts. This just happened, apparently. You have to look up the Dalton Varsho catch from moments ago in the Blue Jays Red Sox game. Oh my God.
Okay.
And it's so to describe it for those of you that are not going to look it up, it is he's in center field. Ball is hit to the track. He is discombobulated, turned around, falls down, but then makes the catch with his back to the plate on his knees. Underhanded.
Yeah, so he's going backwards and he trips and kind of falls backwards and does like a little, almost like a sideways roll. And he rolls like a full 360 degrees over and then starts to get up, but his back is facing home plate still. So he catches the ball backhanded behind him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
That's nuts.
I don't know if that's the greatest catch I've ever seen, but that takes a lot of freaking skill. Those guys are so damn good.
No, it's not, because it didn't go well for him at the outset, but the recovery is an indication of the remarkable athleticism.
I mean, it was, dare I say, kind of a can of corn. I mean, if he gets under the ball.
It seemed like it should have been a more routine warning track flyout.
But, geez, you guys got to see that.
That was great.
It was great. So I'm sure you guys covered a lot of the NFL draft yesterday, or maybe you didn't. I don't know.
We covered a fair amount. We talked quite a bit of the Shadur phenomenon and the narratives going in, this falling, all of that. We talked a little Seahawks, and we talked about where some of the Duckies landed.
Hey, I like the Milroe pick.
I do too.
And that's not because I like Milroe. Who knows? I just know that, one, you know how when some teams draft a player, you look at that and go, ooh, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
And then if another team drafted that same player, you'd be like, oh, how dumb are they?
Like if the Arizona
like
Cardinals took Jalen Milroe,
Yes.
I'd be like,
Yeah,
okay,
nice.
whatever.
Right.
I mean,
but when it's McDonald
Yep.
and the Seahawks,
Yep.
and he said today, so Mike McDonald came out and he said, you know, this is not Taysom Hill, that we drafted him to be a quarterback and we are going to develop him as a real quarterback. And, you know, I think that the Seahawks, and, you know, they just signed Darnold and they signed Drew Lock. So he can sit for a year, if not two, and they can try to develop him. They said, we talked about this last week, but in case you missed it, there were scouts saying he is the best runner of the football they have ever seen, ever scouted, better than Lamar Jackson, better than Michael Vick, better than Cam Newton, Jalen Milroe. Problem is, and Nemec was in here on Thursday of last week, and he was saying, look, Milroe is just beyond raw. But hey, I don't know what round they took him in. Later round?
Yeah, they took him.
Fifth round?
No, Milroe was, I think he was 92nd overall or 94th overall. It was third round, and it was before
round,
it was
okay.
before Shedeur.
All right. I mean, that's the guy they liked. They see the upside. I just think McDonald, of course, he was in Baltimore, I think, wasn't he, with Lamar, even though he's a defensive coordinator. But I just feel like he is in a spot, Milroe, where if he's going to develop into something, the Seahawks can get that out of him. You know, it'd be like I think if the Ravens drafted him, you'd be like, oh.
Definitely.
Or, yeah, like you said, if the Cardinals drafted him, you'd be like, yeah, whatever.
Or let's say if the Niners drafted him, you're like,
Yeah,
ooh, what
Niners.
did Shanahan do with him?
That's
Or Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings.
Well, the Niners is another interesting one because they drafted the Rourke kid from Indiana.
Curtis Rourke, yeah.
And because of what they've done with Brock Purdy and what they saw in Brock Purdy, wasn't he Mr. Irrelevant?
That's right, last pick of the draft.
Yeah. I mean, I think your mind immediately goes to, well, I bet you Rourke's pretty good then if the Niners took him. You know? So so first of all, before we get to the quarterbacks, I have to say, because I know you said you talked a lot about Shedeur Sanders yesterday. I got a little over the Shedeur Sanders stuff.
Understandably so. A lot of people did.
Pretty quick. Yeah, I mean, it's like whatever. I just I will tell you that if you want to know something that doesn't outrage me, I can tell you that those draft prank calls don't. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Schultze was so outraged.
Was he really?
He thinks Jeff Ulbrich should be fired for letting his kid get a hold of that number.
God, Schultze, calm down. Calm down.
That was a polarizing thing. People thought it was either no big deal, kids being kids, or people were like, make an example of him, fight him, take their draft picks, fire his ass.
Yeah, that is what. Maybe have we found? This is like the shopping cart theory. Have we found a line of demarcation where you're either one or the other, and that's it?
You're
either a prank call. Yes,
prank calls, no big deal, or a pearl clutching. This is a huge problem. Yeah,
it's
maybe.
one or the other. Like it does not outrage me at all. As a matter of fact, it is kids being kids, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's a bad look. I mean, I kind of actually, that's the point where I felt bad for Shedeur. I'm like, oh man, he kind of got played.
Well, and the part where he and his camp got a new phone with a new number and only provided that info to the NFL teams so that wouldn't happen. It's not like it was like some gal back at campus and gave it to a friend and it circulated at some frat house, and it was like, no, you got it because of private information from an NFL coach that you shouldn't have.
Well, and I also think it makes, look, if you do something like that and the video is out there of the kids doing it, you look like an idiot. You're a douchebag.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying it. It's just
and you're an idiot
care.
for thinking that you could videotape that and people wouldn't find out who was behind it.
Right.
Like, I mean,
Ulbrich's kid.
And there's a freeze frame, and he's like, ooh, and he's like, he's not the one making the call, but everyone's like, oh, I know that kid. That's Jax Ulbrich. His dad works for the Falcons. It took the internet 0.2 seconds to figure that out.
And wait, that's the Jets interim guy?
It was the Jets interim guy, and he's now the DC in Atlanta.
With the really nice white beard?
Yes.
Handsome man.
Yeah. Well, a little bit Ropp-esque with the beard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very handsome. Ruggedly handsome, like me. I don't know. I just didn't think that was. It's just. I know there's people screaming from the mountaintops about it, but I just think it's actually kind of funny. At any rate, back to quarterbacks. If there is one that, because none of these quarterbacks are great, and I'm not talking about Cam Ward or even Jackson Dart. I'm saying the later guys, like McCord went to the Eagles, Rourke went to the Niners, Riley Leonard's with the Colts, Quinn Ewers, Dolphins,
Will Howard,
Steelers, maybe even Milroe Seahawks, Gabriel or Sanders to the Steelers. The Browns, sorry. Which of those do you think will shock us all?
Ooh.
I'm going to go Milroe.
I do think Milroe is a good candidate, and there was a quote that I brought up yesterday. Did you see the article about him with his team meetings that came out? That was basically, a coach was asking about his weaknesses, and he started going into great detail about all the weaknesses he thought he had and what he was doing to work on them. And the coach asked him, like, are you a little worried that you might be telling us a little bit too much about some of your shortcomings? And he's like, are you kidding me? I think if I came in here having never taken a snap in the NFL and told you that I knew how to do everything, that would be insulting to you, and it would be insulting to think that you don't know how to watch film.
Refreshing.
I know that I need work. I'm hoping to find a team that can help me do that. And it was exactly what you want to hear from a guy who many consider to be a project.
Do you like McDonald, Seahawks coach?
Hard to know. He seems like a quiet guy. He does not talk very much. Maybe we're just in a market that doesn't cover every soundbite a lot the same way you would on the East Coast. I don't get much of a beat on him. I think I like him, but he's a hard eval because I feel like you just don't get much from him.
Yeah, you don't. I don't know why, but I fully trust him and like him. I think he's good. I
do trust him, and I think there's often when guys don't have to say so much, it means they've got things kind of figured out, or at least they think they do, and they're on a track and a path that they believe in. And it seems like he comes from a good coaching tree. It seems like he's made solid hires around him. It seems like he understands personnel, defense.
Now, that said, if Sam Darnold does Sam Darnold things, how long before the Milroe momentum begins?
Or the Drew Lock momentum begins.
Yeah, but nobody's going to be calling for Drew Lock.
No one will be calling for him. But the question will be, how ready is Milroe? Because
he's not ready.
Right. But
so fans don't care.
Of course they don't.
And so just put in the rookie.
And that may be vocal, but they're also, I would like to believe that if Darnold's a train wreck, they're not going to throw Milroe out there to be even worse and to then damage his development.
I would imagine you don't see Jalen Milroe
unless it's
short
maybe
of mop-up time.
Exactly right. Yeah.
At all for like a year.
I wouldn't be surprised with that either.
How old is he? Do you know?
I don't know, but it's a great lottery ticket to be holding, or a great raffle ticket to be holding, however you want to call it.
Don't hate the pick. Now, the one that's interesting, and we'll get to this next. Milroe, by the way, is 22. The one that's interesting is how much we flip-flopped on Quinn Ewers. He ended up being like a 6th round pick or something. At one point, they were talking about him as number 1.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that and other NFL draft quarterback musings when we return. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update first on The Fan. A good one going down in Indianapolis right now. The Pacers trailing the Milwaukee Bucks by 1 with 90 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Indiana can punch their ticket to the next round of the win, while Milwaukee just tries to fight off elimination. Over in the Big Apple at Madison Square Garden, the Detroit Pistons lead the Knicks 33-31. Under 6 minutes to go in the second quarter of that one. The New Jersey Devils opened up a huge lead on the Carolina Hurricanes early in the first period. They're now at the first intermission. It is 3-0 in favor of the Devils. And the Leafs and Senators still tied 0-0 in Game 5 up in Toronto. If Toronto wins, they can advance to the next series. In the NFL, the 49ers and tight end George Kittle agreed to a 4-year, $76 million contract extension that includes $40 million in guaranteed money. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge.
Varsho's back. He falls down. Oh, my
Giannis, did he just do that?
Are you kidding me?
He made the catch after falling down behind his back. Wow.
Wow is right. If you haven't seen that catch, that's something you got to look up. Happened tonight in Toronto against Boston. Dalton Varsho in center field made a mess of it, but God, what an amazing catch. The Leading the Charge report brought to you by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase online at batteryexchangewithanx.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes.
Yeah, there were a bunch. There was I guess Tyler Warren, the tight end, got prank called. Someone claiming to be the Jets, and they said that was from either at least the same area code, maybe the same phone number as the one that pranked Shador. And then the kid from Texas, the receiver Isaiah Bond, who said he was going to run the fastest 40 at the combine, went undrafted and got a call saying he was getting drafted. That kind of stinks.
Ouch. Well, at least with the Shador one, because it was so high profile, I got to tell you, man, to have the balls to do that,
what's going to happen to you, though?
I kind of respect it. Look, it's a douchey move, okay? Yeah. But like somebody said on the text line, and I think it's the right way to say it, you shouldn't do it, but you can't not do it. You got the phone number. Dad left the phone number right there on the computer. You're a 22-year-old dip-ass. Of course you're going to do that. And to actually follow through on it and say, well, you're going to be waiting a little longer, I'm sorry, I chuckled. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, oh, God, that's real bad for Shador. Like, I kind of felt bad for him. But at any rate, not outraged about that. Our NBA bubble bath is coming up next. While I was away, something happened in the NBA playoffs that had never happened before. But we were talking about Quinn Ewers, and he goes to the Dolphins. And I don't remember a quarterback that went seemingly, I'm sure there are, but like he was at one point thought of as like maybe the top pick. I don't remember one falling to this level of, and I guess Sanders falls into this category too, but he's kind of a lightning rod. Quinn Ewers is not. Quinn Ewers is just kind of a meh to people now.
Yeah,
why is that? Like Sanders is polarizing, and there's a racial element, and there's his dad, and there's this whole thing. But with Ewers, he went from, man, this guy could be really good. Will he come back to college? Versus he's like in Riley Leonard territory now. Nobody cares.
Well, I think part of it is that he was supposed to be the guy, but his play was sporadic enough throughout the season that he was benched for Arch Manning at one, like for his backup at one point. Yeah, it didn't last long. It was like 1 point in one game, and then Sark went back to him.
That's right, he did.
But everyone was like, "Whoa! Now that Pandora's box is open, what happens now? We've seen Arch."
And then he went back to Ewers.
Yeah,
and they went all the way to the semifinals.
Yeah.
And I get it. Watching him in college, it wasn't like he was. I mean, he certainly was. I don't want to say shaky. I mean, he's a good college quarterback. You didn't really have a lot of faith in him when push came to shove. But he's going to the Dolphins. But I saw that. So he was picked number 231, which that pick over 4 years in the NFL, he'll make $4.3 million. They're saying he could have gotten $3 million alone for one season going back to college in the portal. All he needed to do was transfer.
Yeah, and that's
because Arch was going to get the nod this year.
Right.
So why? Like, I wonder if we will start to see guys who they just get a better sense of this and they stay in school. Seriously, dude, if you're a middling to lower end prospect, and you don't have but you're an elite college quarterback,
right? And you don't have a real shot of making millions of dollars in the pros, like
that's always going to be.
They're saying, like they were saying, considering what Carson Beck got, that Ewers could have commanded like $5 or $6 million from somebody, maybe, and he's going to make like
$4.3 million over 4 years.
Yeah,
being drafted where he was.
Yeah.
Which is,
and you could get that in one season.
Well, and the other thing too is that one season you could play really well and catapult you to a lot more money than the 4.3 over 4 years.
Because you know your stock right now isn't great. Otherwise, I mean, you would have known if your stock now was high enough that that's the right thing for you. But yeah, I mean, clearly you could make more money and maybe develop more staying. But maybe you also think you've hit your ceiling and then you're exposing yourself to injury. So it's a potential to derail.
Injury. I don't know. I'm with you. So Nemec was in here on Thursday, and he threw this out. Like, he likes to do this, and I meant to ask him today, but he gave me a few off the air Thursday, so I'll spit those out. But his thing is, he loves to bet the draft, and he bets the draft on the Monday after the draft.
Yeah, I'm sure he already has a handful of picks in for 2026.
He said he had 70 or 80 bets on the NFL draft.
Yeah.
And yes, he probably already has a handful for next year's draft. And what he does is, because this time last year, Shedeur Sanders was like, oh, he's going to be the number one guy. And what Nemec does, since he really studies these guys and he studies film. And by the way, do you know Nemec's story about how he became sort of a talent evaluator in football?
No.
It's actually a really good story. I don't know if he's...
I don't... Well, or maybe I do, and I'm not recalling it, but do tell.
I don't know if he's told it on the air, but he, hopefully I'm not like stepping on anyone's toes here. He didn't put this out there, but I mean, Andrew Nemec lives to break down film of.
He loves it. It's
individual
it's his
players.
like not addiction, but it's like it's a fun. It's like a hobby.
Yeah, he said that started because his dad was a coach and he lost his job or something or quit or something, and the way he and his dad hung out was they would just go all around the state and the region to watch high school games and look at players. He was like, all I want to do is see the best players. And dude, that kid's been evaluating talent since he was like 8 years old. It's in his DNA. It's his blood. Anyway, he breaks it down and he looks at it and he says, well, okay, it's not going to be Shedeur because I've watched Shedeur and I break down the film. So then he takes the long shot bets on who he thinks it will be based on the talented guys. So I know that this year, so I'm looking at the odds. The odds on favorite is Arch Manning to be the number one pick next year. And he seems to think, Nemec, that Arch Manning, he's probably going to go back to Texas. If you look at the Manning way, they're not going to rush him to the NFL. So he doesn't think Arch Manning will be the number one pick. So who do you bet on? I know he said he took Drew Aller.
Wow.
He took...
Drew Aller sucks.
But he's got a lot of skills.
He's got the pro tangibles.
Yes.
But like yeah.
But see, that's the whole point. Although the whole point is, these are kind of long shot bets.
Well, and you're getting early odds, yeah.
Aller is only plus 220, which I thought was weird. Garrett Nussmeier he took, I think, at 4-1. And the one I liked was Cade Klubnik. He's 18-1. You can get him 18-1 right now.
Okay.
If he has a good year for Clemson, he's one of the top college quarterbacks. Maybe he jumps up there. Other names on there: Caleb Downs, 25-1. Jeremiah Smith is 10-1. Carson Beck, 33-1.
Yeah, that's
that ain't
burn
happening.
your money if you want to make that bet.
Yeah. But that's how Nemick does it. And by the way, I did that story of his No Justice. It's a longer story that I hope at some point he tells on the air, because it's a good story about how he got into what he does. At any rate, Dillon Gabriel is back in the news because he was drafted by the Browns, and so was Shedeur. So now we've got, what do they have? Flacco.
Well, they have an injured. They have an injured Deshaun.
Yeah, they have Watson, but he's hurt.
Yeah, they have Flacco. They have Kenny Pickett. They have Shedeur, and they have Dillon Gabriel.
Yeah, who wins that battle?
Right now,
none of them.
Right now, there's already Vegas odds on who will start first for the Browns, and Pickett is the favorite.
Okay.
Followed by Shedeur, followed by Gabriel, followed by Flacco. Flacco's like the longest shot.
Oh.
And I think Watson's still injured, so.
Yeah, Pickett's probably. Yeah, well, when's Watson back? I can't keep up on Watson's injuries. I don't know when he's back and what ended up happening with him, but he's their starter for how much they're paying him. I kind of thought Flacco might be their quarterback.
I thought so too.
If it's not one of the rookies, but we have to revisit this because it's popping back up. So we have a drop here.
Yeah, let's do that.
That's Dillon Gabriel when he was at.
It was a Rose Bowl press availability before the playoffs.
And he sounded high.
And it was in the morning, so people are saying wake and bake.
Yeah, and Brenna Green was the local reporter who was interviewing him, and she said, "Oh, give him a break. He's just tired. He'd done a lot of interviews and stuff." So anyway, we're going to replay that because it's interesting that he was drafted by Cleveland, a cold weather team.
We love the Rose Bowl. We love warm weather. I think we should play more football on nice grass instead of the artificial stuff. And the more sun, the better. Why do we do it to ourselves? Like, do fans want to sit in the snow and the rain? And let's just make arenas. Let's make domes. Let's do grass. Let's do more fireworks at games. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, all right. So, first of all, if you keep winning, you get domes the next two games. So
I love that.
Did you know that?
I do, or now I do.
Now you do.
But let's continue that evolution. I think that's important.
I think what I'm really hearing right now is that every football game should be played in Hawaii.
Wouldn't that be unreal? I don't think anyone would be mad at it, but maybe just the travel or the travelers. That's tough. But let's find more sun. Let's find more sun.
Boy, can I just say, first of all, that doesn't really sound like how I think Dillon Gabriel would sound.
Yeah.
And second, he did sound baked as hell.
Yeah, sure did.
But his,
working on the puff pass.
Now that he's been drafted in Cleveland, of course, that interview has resurfaced because he doesn't like playing in cold weather and he likes warm weather. Although I just saw that the Commanders' new stadium, where the old RFK is going to be a dome. Did you see that?
I saw someone ask if it was going to be called RFK Jr.
Okay. Cute. A little
But yeah, the renderings are sweet because
it's a dome, right?
It is a dome, but they have like a glass wall side of it, and the way that the stadium is oriented, if you're sitting at one end facing the other end zone, like you look all the way down the mall, you see like the Washington Monument and everything. It's got
cool.
like sight lines of the Capitol. It's pretty cool.
All right. But that being a dome, I think I read today that over half the league will play in a dome once all the new stadiums are built. And I mean, the ones that are being planned right now.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, but is Dillon Gabriel onto something? Like, why play outdoors when you may not
control your conditions?
Yeah, well, you may not have to. Like, will we look back on a time when it's wild to think that football was played outdoors in the elements?
I can't believe we ever did that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, we could get to that time.
But we're also still in the time right now where some indoor stadiums have crappy grass because they don't know what they're doing. Like we've gone over like the sod father guy and the thing at the Arizona stadium where they have the grass outside, but then they bring it inside and then it sweats and players slip. And then it seems like even those who have identified maybe indoors better, some haven't even been able to pull it off. So we may be still further away from that, but at the same time, it does seem like we're trending in that direction.
Well, and not only that, but I think that these leagues, they really need to be careful about turning people off with their experience, their game experience, in-game experience, you know? And, I mean, if you want to make it comfortable for your fans, you'd want it inside, particularly in Cleveland.
Well, among the many knocks of the new, or I guess newer, 49ers Levi Stadium down in Santa Clara, they said it's too flippin' hot. That like in the middle of the day in September in the South Bay, the home fans just freaking bake out there. And like, why would you want to go stand in that?
Candy-ass fans.
That's right.
Well, I mean, like in the NFL, it's still a culture of, you know, like the dog pound and all these
Sure.
dumbasses take off their shirts. And but really, I mean, I think the vast majority of fans don't want to sit in that.
No.
They would rather sit in a nice air-conditioned stadium. And
I know it's classic, but if you told the fans of Green Bay they didn't have to pull out their deer hunting gear to go to a playoff game at Lambeau, they'd probably take it.
Yeah, I think that's right. Maybe Dylan Gabriel's ahead of his time. At any rate, I'm guessing they're making a big deal out of that in Cleveland. And do the Steelers get Kirk Cousins? Do you think the Steelers get Aaron Rodgers? Because the Steelers got to do something. They're sitting there with Mason Rudolph right now.
Yeah, and Will Howard.
Well, they did draft Will Howard, but he's not going to be their starter.
To me, it feels like if the Rodgers thing, I mean, I don't have any basis for this, but I feel like if the Rodgers thing were going to happen, it would have happened. So what is it then?
Well, I heard it was Hasselbeck. Matt Hasselbeck was on some show this morning, and he said he could only. He said it leads me to believe that Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are going to get this done. One, they didn't draft a well, they did draft Will Howard, but they didn't draft a starting quarterback. That's a development player. And he said he thought that perhaps Rodgers told them not to.
Which is a hell of a thing to do if you haven't even signed to play with the team.
Yeah, in other words, they're like trusting that Rodgers is going to sign. And so
what a bad game of chicken to play.
And he didn't want it. Well, yeah, but that's what Hassel. I mean, that's coming from Matt Hassel.
No, I know. It just, yeah,
not me.
What a situation.
But yeah, I don't know. I think at worst, Kirk Cousins could be out. Well, no, worst is Mason Rudolph as your starting quarterback in Pittsburgh, and it's another lost season. But even if they don't get Rodgers, which I still think would be good for Pittsburgh. Not great, but good.
Better than Mason Rudolph.
Yes. Kirk Cousins is out there. You can make a trade for him, too.
If you were a Steelers fan, would you rather have Cousins or Rodgers?
Ooh. I mean, Cousins didn't look... I'd probably rather have Cousins.
I think so. I think I would, too. He seems like less of a headache.
Well, he's a good leader.
And Rodgers hasn't...
And he was slinging it towards the end of the year, wasn't he? Like, he was rough at the first.
Well, he got replaced by Penix at the end of the year, didn't he? Because he was
struggling so turning it over a lot, but I thought he was, I don't know. I thought maybe he was improving.
I think he started out okay and then really faded on him. But, I mean, those idiots gave him a 4-year, $100 million deal.
But Rodgers, he's not that great.
I know. And he doesn't have that many reps in the last 2 years because of the Achilles thing.
And he's a donkey.
And he's a total pain in the ass.
Yeah. I think I'd rather have Cousins by a nose.
I would rather have Cousins.
You like that? You like that?
I do like that. My favorite sprint try, Clydesdale. Right over there pushing the buttons. All right,
we couldn't do diddly poo.
Let's get to the NBA bubble bath. A couple of NBA items. You know, these playoffs have been pretty good. Pretty interesting.
Playoffs?
We'll get to that next before the club on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, you mentioned the 2026 draft that Nemec is probably already betting on. There's already a way too early mock draft for 2026 that includes 4 Oregon Ducks in the first round of the draft.
Whoa.
It's got offensive tackle Isaiah World, Mateo Uyunglele, Evan Stewart, and the transfer safety Dylan Thieneman, all as potential first-rounders.
How about that? How many do you think will be first-rounders?
I think 2 probably, and then you could get more with a good season, but they had Isaiah World, the offensive tackle, at 13, and Mateo Uyunglele at 15.
Wow. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people.
NBA bubble bath stuff tomorrow because there's a lot to discuss. You know, your boy Jimmy Buckets coming through.
Yeah. Did you see the clip of him with Dylan Brooks last night?
Yes.
They were jawing at each other, and you could see people were reading Jimmy's lips, and he goes, "You a bum and a bitch," and the ref is like between them, and the ref is like, "You talking to me?" And he goes, and you see him go, "No, I'm talking to Brooks," and then Brooks throws his head back and
he's
laughs.
a bitch.
Yeah, I like Jimmy B. When he's engaged. Of course, there's no player more Jekyll and Hyde in terms of their attitude.
He can be
guy.
your dream come true or your worst nightmare.
Yes, and there's really no in between. It seems like
no, but right now he says he's got his joy back.
Yeah, he loves being on this team, and you see it. I mean, he sucked it up last night, dude.
Yep.
He was hurt, and
and he played great. He had massive defense and rebounds down the stretch.
He's a badass when he wants.
He's
to
a dog.
Be. You know who else is a dog is Ant, and that guy's having a moment. We'll get to that tomorrow. But the one thing I wanted to make sure to hit was because it happened over the weekend. But dude, that put back buzzer beater dunk,
dude. Yeah, we didn't talk about that at all. That was wild.
That is unbelievable.
It's never happened in NBA history.
Never
in the playoffs.
happened. That is the first ever buzzer beater dunk.
It's almost impossible to pull off because for it to be if it were a dunk with even a little time on the clock left, the other team would get to inbound. So it has to be at that 0.01 seconds.
It has to be like the NC State play.
Yep.
Jim Valvano. And dude, that was unbelievable. That has never happened. Couldn't believe it. And I got to be honest with you, man. I thought it was still on his fingertips.
I kind of thought so too.
And I don't know how I guess maybe just because they called it a bucket on the floor.
Yeah.
That's why it stood.
A too close to overturn situation.
And it was, dude, you could not get a closer review than that. Like, that was so, if you didn't see it, it was Aaron Gordon dunking an air ball by
Jokic.
Just
Jokic
a prayer.
threw up like a fadeaway.
Yeah, prayer. And Gordon caught it and stuffed it right as time expired to win the game. And boy, it sure looked to me like, and the ball was already in the cylinder, but that doesn't matter. If his hand's still on it, it's technically not a shot, right? I think that is what they're saying. Like,
yeah, like it would still be in your possession.
Just like if it were out of,
right,
like a three-pointer, the ball has to have left his hand before the red light comes on. And boy, it sure looked to me like that was on his fingertips.
I kind of thought so too. Speaking of wild finishes, we just got one in Indiana. That game went to overtime. Milwaukee had a 7-point lead with 40 seconds left.
Oh, no.
And Indiana went on an 8-0 run in the final 40 seconds and won 119-118.
Oh, no.
And eliminated Milwaukee.
The Bucks. Could it get any worse for the Bucks at this point?
I mean, once Giannis is out the door, then yes, that'll be
well,
it.
but he's going to be. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Halliburton game-winning layup with 1.1 second left.
Wow. So let's review. They won the title.
Yep.
With Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great job. Giannis is pretty young. They're like, okay, let's build another winner. We've got Giannis. Let's put a bunch around him. Okay. Well, they did. It was a pretty damn good team, but they didn't get over the hump. Then did they have Lillard when they fired their coach after like 30 games? Or was that the season prior to acquiring Lillard? I can't remember. I think it was the same season. Yeah, I think it was the same season.
I'm trying to remember because
So they're out of the gate like the best team in the East, but they hate the coach, and so they fire him. Yeah, because then Doc Rivers comes in.
So yeah, I'm looking at it. They won in 2021. They beat the Suns in the finals. The following year, they finished third in the East. They lose in the conference semis to the Celtics in 7 games.
And that team was pretty good, but Boston
and then
was better.
The Celtics went to the finals and lost to the Warriors. The following year, they finished first but lost to the Heat in the first round, 4-1.
Okay, I don't remember that.
I don't either.
An 8-1?
Let's see.
Damn.
Yeah, it says they finished first. Maybe that was in their that might have been in their division and not in the conference. But either way, they lost to the Heat 4-1 in the first round in 2023. 2024, they lose in the first round of the Pacers, and then this year they lose in the first round of the Pacers again. So 3 straight first round exits the last 3 years, and now they're 4 full years removed from the championship run.
Yeah. Well, then but they were really good with that with the coach. They turf him.
Yeah. So Adrian Griffin.
Yeah. Bring in Doc, who's he's got the resume, he's got the pedigree, he's got rings. He can't make it work. They can't play defense. Damian Lillard all of a sudden has a blood clot. Like, what the hell? Comes back from the blood clot. Now you're like, okay, well, maybe they'll be. And then he rips his Achilles. Then they're winning game 5, right? Because they're down 3-1. They're winning game 5. They blow it in the last 8 seconds. Everybody knows now Giannis is probably gone. Lillard's probably gone. It's over. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
How all that went down.
How fast things change. God. And I don't know this like for certain. I'm not a GM, but it feels like a tricky market to try to get that thing up and running again.
Yeah.
Luring players there.
For sure.
If you don't have a lot of draft assets or draft capital.
That's why you got to do everything you can to say, hey, Giannis, we're going to keep you around, buddy.
Yeah.
We're going to build it again. Trust us.
And he goes, I'm good.
I don't think so. I'm heading to OKC. All right, more NBA Bubble Bath tomorrow. We'll get to the 100 men versus 1 gorilla topic next on The Fan.
Saving for
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, NBA playoff action tonight. The Indiana Pacers punch their ticket to the next round. They go to overtime with the Milwaukee Bucks in Game 5 and overcome a 7-point deficit with 40 seconds to go. Tyrese Halliburton with the game-winning layup with 1.1 left on the clock. Meanwhile, the Knicks also looking to get out of the first round. They're hosting the Detroit Pistons in Game 5 at Madison Square Garden. Detroit just gave up the lead. It's now 53-51 in favor of the Knicks. They just started the third quarter. Also underway are the Celtics versus the Magic. That one is also a potential playoff closeout game, as the Celtics can advance with a win this evening. Meanwhile, on the ice, a wild one between New Jersey and Carolina. The Devils, trying to avoid elimination, went up 3-0 on the Hurricanes. That game is now 4-4 midway through the second period. And in the NFL, the 49ers and tight end George Kittle agreed to a 4-year, $76 million contract extension. $40 million of that is guaranteed. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter.
Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Oh, no, they were hurting me so bad. Oh, no.
Boys ass.
Ow.
Versace.
Let's hate, man.
Megan Rappin, I believe it not last.
There's probably 6 or 7 guys I can name that I would rather do.
Hey, it's your window, Daddy.
Damn it!
I got something's on.
What are you gonna do? Pee on me? Like, I don't know.
Let's find more sun. Yeah, let's do that.
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
They're fighting for clicks, we're fighting for wins.
So apparently Gary Trent blew the Bucks game.
Yeah, the
former Blazers great Gary Trent.
The Bucks had the ball, and the Pacers essentially were going to have to foul. The Bucks were up 1. They threw it in their backcourt, and then the Pacers were trying to trap, and they got 2 men on the trap, and they chucked the ball to Gary Trent over on the sideline, and under the pressure with people then charging at him, he just dropped the ball, and it went between his legs and trickled out of bounds, hit the sideline. Pacers ball, about 10 seconds left, and Tyrese Halliburton goes for the game winner.
Damn. So, apparently it went viral on TikTok a couple of years ago, where someone posed the question of 100 men versus 1 silverback gorilla.
I didn't realize this was such an age-old debate.
Who would win? Yeah, it went viral again. You know how rhyme or reason
these things are cyclical.
Viral. Yeah, it went viral again over the weekend. Everybody's been talking about it. Well, I know you guys spoke a little bit about it yesterday. What was the consensus of who would win ultimately? Because I got to tell you, I've heard a lot of people say, well, eventually the men.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't know how they would.
I think it really depends on what the specific parameters are. I think if you don't go in there and handle your business, you die, and there's no walking away from it.
Then maybe the men win?
Yeah, but if it's just hey, it's the 100 of us in a fight against this big beast, and they see the first person's limbs or head ripped off, everyone's leaving. Everyone's walking away.
Yeah. How much?
So,
who would even?
So who are the 100 bros that are up for this and that actually have the stomach to be the second and third waves after the first couple bros get absolutely wrecked and killed? Probably.
MMA guy, right? UFC guy.
Yeah.
That guy. I'd start there.
Yeah.
Some of those dudes are badass. And they don't know any better. They're just like, sure, how much money you giving me? I'll do it.
Yeah, you throw in 100 mixed martial arts fighters, that's probably the right...
You think they're taking it down? But I guess my question about this is, how are they going to...
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
So part of what we were reading yesterday was like, an expert on primates about, okay, how do you actually bring the beast down? Assuming you don't have weapons, like their skulls are super thick, you can't just crush it.
Right.
Like their muscles are super strong. Like you think you can just asphyxiate it with like a headlock? Like that's probably not happening.
Are they going to dogpile it?
So do you have to like gouge the eyes or do you smother it? Like how does that work?
Can you strangle a gorilla?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know that you can. I don't know that a man's strong enough to strangle a gorilla. I mean, enough people, but then you also run into the conundrum of how many of the people on your side can actually fight the gorilla at once. I mean, could everyone just dogpile the thing and sit on it till it passes out? Like, I don't know. And again, then it's like the going in waves part. Who's in first? How do you decide who does that? Because no one wants to be the first guy to make contact with that gorilla.
Well, apparently the texters are already tossing Schultzy to the wolves here. Yeah. They want to toss 15 Schultzys at the gorilla, and then everybody else pile on after that. Poor Schultzy.
Are we using Schultzy as bait? That seems mean.
Yes, catching strays. Yeah, and to answer your question, so you earlier said that the Dirt and Sprague were talking about if you could clone one, I think they said if you could clone
all of the fan personalities, which 100 of us would do the best?
Clearly Suk.
Clearly Suk.
But who would be second?
And it sounded like, at least on the morning show, Ortner was the number 2.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think so too.
I mean, you need some size. You need some strength.
But does Ortner have enough killer instinct? Do you need to go somewhere else?
Well, who has killer?
I don't know.
Who has the killer instinct on the fan?
I don't know. I feel like
Danny.
Maybe
100 Dannies. He seems kind of crazy.
Does Sprague have that fire? I don't know.
But he's kind of, I mean, he's not that big.
No, he's not. But I think that courage is going to matter as much as size in this thing. Like you
got to keep at it.
Everyone has to be on board. This is, if we don't all pull the rope in the same direction, we're getting destroyed.
Well, it sure as hell ain't me.
No.
Now, can I pay you to be a part of these?
No.
A part of this crew?
No chance.
How much? Oh, come on, you got a number.
Not if I'm the first guy. Like,
I didn't say first. You're one of the 100.
Can I assure that I'm not first and that I'm actually, in fact, last?
Yeah, sure.
I'm the 100th guy in against the beast.
Yeah,
All other blood has been shed. 99 of my brothers have gone down before me, and I'm the last.
Well, you don't want that.
No, of course not.
I mean, you're a sprint tri-Clydesdale. You should be in that group. Come on.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that.
So I have so Forbes put together some key facts from experts.
That's good.
And here's what they are saying about what would happen. All right, so they said a gorilla would come to the fight boasting more physical strength, much stronger jaw muscles, thick skin, tough to penetrate. This is the president and CEO and chief scientific officer for the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund, Tara Stoinski.
Yeah, yesterday we read some like a primate PhD candidate had some facts along these lines, I think.
Is this the same?
No, it's not the same. It's not the same person.
Okay, so she said even if the men win, they probably would not all walk away alive.
Oh, definitely not.
Adult male gorillas, known as silverbacks, can weigh more than 400 pounds, and she said they are estimated to be around 4 to 10 times as strong as humans. It's just an issue of sheer numbers, she said, adding that human capability to strategize, coordinate, and multitask would lend an advantage the gorilla may not be able to overcome if it were surrounded on all angles. But she said they are typically calm, and they're known as gentle giants, these silverbacks, but they are family-oriented, so they would fight to defend their family if cornered, stating that their size and strength is for a reason.
And I think we have to assume, just for the sake of this scenario, you're not coming up on a passive gorilla. You're coming up on a gorilla who's ready to fight tooth and nail to the end. It's not like
what is the gorilla just going to lay down?
You know what? Actually, this looks like a headache. I'm out of here, guys.
They're just going to lay down and let you...
What's the point of the scenario if that's what's going on? No, we got a fighting, bloodthirsty gorilla.
Like Harambe's
avenging the death of Harambe, probably.
Stacy Rosenbaum, an assistant professor of anthropology at the University of Michigan, where she teaches about primate behavior, told Forbes, an additional problem the gorilla may face is it would certainly get tired, and probably fairly quickly, because gorillas are not endurance athletes in the way humans are.
Yep.
She cited a viral simulation a user posted on X that demonstrated humans approaching the gorilla in waves of a few at a time, stating the gorilla could easily overpower a few humans at a time, which would give it a fighting chance, though it may get worn out.
Yeah. Ortner actually found this simulation on Twitter yesterday, and it was pretty entertaining to watch.
And they're coming at him
in waves, kind of. It's like there's just like a big group, and the gorilla's just putting down human after human, but there's just like 6. There's another half dozen coming every.
Well, why wouldn't you all go at once? Wouldn't that save
I think
men's lives?
Probably, but how do you do that? Do you all just jump on at one time?
I think you jump him, yeah.
Yeah.
But then, but see, this is my question. Then what do you do? Let's say you jump him.
Right.
Only 7 of the guys actually have their hands on the thing.
Right. That's exactly right.
So then what do?
You have to find a way to either choke or break the neck. I don't know.
I don't know, dude.
Because those things are thick with 2 seats.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that the men win here. I'm really not.
One of the consensuses that I saw yesterday was that I guess it's not a consensus if it's only one, but that the endurance of the like human male and the numbers of the human male probably make them the likely victor, but it might take you losing 30 or 40 men before you got to the finish line.
Yeah. I mean, again, I would really like to know how you kill the gorilla.
Yeah.
I feel like this could be a draw with some men going down, but I don't know that you can. I don't know that a group of men without
their hands,
weapons can kill the gorilla. I don't know how they would do it. I guess maybe smother it. It's just so tired you smother it and it dies. I don't know. Somebody said, it was deal. 100 ROPS, but 80 just don't show up because they don't want to do it.
That's about right.
That sounds shocking.
Not part of your 4-hour work week.
Shockingly accurate. Wait till the gorilla sleeps.
I don't think waiting it out is an option in this scenario. It's like I'm just imagining everyone gets dropped in and it's go time. Someone says stomp its face when you pile on him.
Oh, come on.
I mean,
what's that going to do?
Well, realistically, I mean, you
piss him off.
You gonna try to crush his skull? Maybe, I don't know.
Eyes and nuts. Yeah, but again, I don't think you're killing him.
Someone yesterday said we should do the German Shepherd attacking a little white dog trick and just do the finger probe.
Oh, there you go.
Get his attention that way.
Yeah, you could do that. He might do that to 100 men. Finger tactics. Well, I'm with this guy. Good thing I'm on Team Human and we invented weapons.
The only thing better
Gorilla
than mauling a small dog is getting fingered while you do it.
God. Sorry, Team Gorilla, but you should have developed an opposable thumb. What if we got loaded up on PCP beforehand, like the olden days when they used to fight in wars?
Oh yeah, I mean, if you
remember those little.
If you get, I mean, what if you gave a bunch of Portland street people a bunch of street drugs? You know, could they
and sent them at the gorilla?
Sure. I mean, remember when Florida was going all bath salt and people were biting people's faces off and stuff? I mean, just get some of that cooking, you know?
What if it were women? 100 women.
I think that would not go as well as 100 men.
Could they drive it crazy?
I was wondering how long it's going to take you to get there.
Well, who's the old NFL player who said nag the gorilla to death, and they jumped down his throat?
I bet they did.
For that.
Yeah.
Gail, she ain't having that.
No. It's a good thing that I'm just here in a studio with you.
Hopefully Gail doesn't hear that. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm coming around to the idea that maybe the gorilla could get tired and then you could suffocate it. I don't know how else you kill it.
Yeah, Ortner yesterday said, assuming that they rip a couple of your buddies limb from limb, you take one of those limbs and try to choke it with it. Like stuff an arm down his throat. See if that works.
Yeah, you could block his air. You know, that's actually not a bad...
Or just like smother it with a dead person. Just take one of your
pile
bros
dead
and just
people.
Yeah.
He's so tired you pile dead people on him and you suffocate.
Can't breathe, yeah.
Well,
someone says bite the gorilla in a key artery, like a femoral artery, and it bleeds out.
Okay.
That's assuming that you can break the skin, though. They got some thick skin.
Exactly. That's what the expert said. Good luck doing that.
And instead, you're just the idiot trying to bite the gorilla to no avail.
Well, we're going to have to revisit this when Big Sook returns. You know, he's going to need to weigh in on this. I don't know if he's catching wind of this over there in Italy.
It's
but
probably what he and his buddies are talking about between who should take the papacy.
Yeah, you think so?
I would imagine.
Oh, by the way, on that note, can we play, do you have the karaoke Pope?
I don't have it transferred over. I will in a second.
Yeah, dude. The new Pope, or potentially the new Pope, loves karaoke. You're going to hear from him next on The Fan.
The home of
the seminary there said that he'll often come in there, or when he used to work there, he would come in there and grab a guitar and start singing. And then all the other priests would start dancing, and everybody would laugh so hard, they never got to any of the other acts. So he would mostly sing Filipino music.
Naturally.
But apparently he loved John Lennon.
Well, I, for one, would love a musical pope.
Me too. Me too. What if all of his speeches he sang?
What if he comes out and does a We Are the World thing, you know?
Oh, hell
a
yeah.
uniter of all.
Hell yeah.
Except if you're LGBTQ and the church doesn't want that.
This guy's pretty progressive, they say.
Is he the more progressive of the candidates?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of those two main dudes. Well, I'm all for him. Now, the viral video is... you said you saw this video. It's the polar bear chasing the dude.
Yeah.
This is in, Norway or something. And, look, the polar bear is not exactly putting in all its effort, but I'm guessing you poop your little pants when you see a polar bear even slightly jogging
your way,
towards you.
Uh-huh.
So this is pretty dramatic. It is in Norway. There's a dude, and the guy has a rifle, but he chooses to drop the gun as the...
Yeah, that seems like a poor decision.
Well, it ended up being the right decision. Well,
I feel like he could have just carried the gun with him to what he was eventually going to do.
Yeah, he didn't need to drop the gun. Well, what he ended up doing... So this... I don't know who's filming this, but this polar bear starts trotting towards him.
It seems like either vacationers or residents in a home or in a condo, because it's you can hear in the video, if you have the sound on, you can hear people's voices kind of being like, oh my god, look at that. It's people from inside a building watching this unfold outside.
Yeah, and this dude has a gun, and he drops the gun and he jumps on a freaking snowmobile.
Yep.
And rides away and gets away, and the polar bear kind of stops. But I bet you that polar bear got within 10 yards of him. Maybe 15 yards?
Yeah. If that snowmobile doesn't start up on the first try,
yes,
you might be snack time.
Yeah, because polar bears, from what I understand, don't know, not a zoologist, they can be pretty nasty.
They can be very nasty. I read in one of the comments sections of somebody who posted this that, and I think I've read this before, that polar bears are one of the few species that has been known to hunt humans, like Eskimos and just people
Well, yeah, because they're foreign. So human beings aren't in their environment.
Yeah.
So they don't know what they are. So that they're not used to them.
So when introduced, it's like it's a threat.
Yeah. Well, or food.
Yep.
They're like, you look tasty.
But also they will hunt and not just hunt, but kind of stalk. They will sneak up on they'll go and kind of if they see one, it's not like, ooh, I got to get out of here. It's like, I might need to take that thing down. And then they start slinking around and getting all quiet and blending in with the surroundings.
Dude. And there's something about their white fur and the blood.
Yeah.
Gives me a lot of nopes.
A lot of nopes.
So so this raises a couple questions here. What vicious animal would you least want to be stalked by? Okay, so you're in this guy's position, but it's a polar bear. Let's say a shark. Let's say you're in the water. A great white shark.
That's all the nopes.
The polar bear. We could do a gator.
You could also do
ambush
or like a sneaky constrictor style snake.
Giant python.
Yeah.
Those four. What would you least want to be stalked by? For me, I got to tell you right now, this is going to sound wild. I think last on the list, in other words, most want to be stalked by of those four, shark.
No way. Nope.
Because I think it's leaving me alone.
Oh, no. No, I don't.
That's my best bet.
That's a hell of a thing to bank on. I am taking this from the standpoint of which animal would give me the best chance to either escape or defend myself, and last on that list is the shark because
you're not escaping.
It swims so much faster than me. I'm not punching it and defending myself.
That's fair.
If it decides it wants me, the shark wins. Period.
That's true. Okay, that's a good point.
And I feel like this guy with the snowmobile or whatever, if you see this bear early enough, maybe you can do something to elude it. Like if you're onto the python quick enough, but like if that thing already has like your leg, you might be hooped. Like what do you do?
But the python is going to ambush you, right?
Is that what they do? Or maybe I'm thinking of boa constrictor. Like I'm thinking of one that like sneakily starts wrapping itself around you, and then you're like, whoa!
Yeah, but they do that when you don't see them.
Yeah.
Like if you're standing next to it and it wants to wrap around your leg, you can get out of there.
Yeah.
It's when it's underneath some brush and it gets you before
if it gets you by
even...
the sneak attack, but I'd like to think as soon as you feel like a sensation with that, you've got a shot to get yourself out of it if you don't let it go on for too long. So I guess the one I want to deal with the least is the shark.
Well, now here's another thing about the shark, though. You can survive a shark attack.
People have.
All the time.
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't want to eat you. It may just take a chunk out of your leg.
Not taking that chance.
Okay, so what are you going with?
So
you least want to be stalked
by the shark first.
The shark.
And then... See, I'm tempted to say gator because they're so good at camouflage and they can kind of pop up out of nowhere and their bite is so vicious. But I do know, I think that a gator, like you have a better chance at evading a gator than you do a polar bear. Like you can
outrun a gator, right?
So that's
because you ain't outrunning the polar bear.
That's up for debate with the gator. I think they can run pretty fast.
Can they?
In a straight line, but apparently if you zigzag or you can get some terrain, because of their short little legs, you can potentially evade that, but they're fast in a straight line. But I still think easier to evade the gator probably than the shark for sure, and probably than the polar bear.
This is saying that humans can easily outrun an alligator, zigzagging or not. They top out at 9.5 miles per hour. And it can't maintain that speed for very long. They're kind of weenies.
So as long as you see it and don't get surprised by it, much like the python.
Yeah.
So that's I guess that's my list.
That's your least?
Scariest, shark, then polar bear, then alligator, crocodile, then python.
Okay. So you're taking your chances with the python. You don't think that python's getting you?
I mean, if it's got me by surprise and I'm not paying attention, I'm totally screwed there. But if I believe that if I can feel what's going on fast enough, I've got a shot to get away from that.
By the way, somebody texted in. They said after a quick watch, 2 things. 1, he fired the gun to no avail, prompting him to discard it. And 2, he was a hotel worker, so probably is aware of his best out.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that input. Yeah, I don't want to be stalked by a polar bear. That might be number 1. I think that's tough. Least want to be stalked. I'm going to go polar bear 1.
Shark's eating your ass.
The shark may eat my ass, but I still may live without an ass.
What if the polar bear if you're foreign to the polar bear, what if
leaving you alone?
How do you know?
Because I don't think they do that. They attack. I think it's documented.
The other thing that I learned from the History Channel show Swamp People is that if a gator bites you, even if it doesn't kill you, the bacteria that they have in their mouth is so nasty that if you don't get help right away, like you'll get poison, gangrene, potentially amputations, like gnarly.
No way. Never even thought about that. Here's somebody who says, the python's going to bite you, hold you, and then start squeezing. No thanks. Give me the quickest death because I ain't surviving any of them.
See, that's another one. I almost thought about approaching it that way. If one of these animals is set on getting me, it's probably going to outsmart me in its habitat, and I just want the quickest thing.
Well, maybe the shark maybe the shark will just drown you.
Yeah, maybe I'll just like, cut my little fingy so that he smells blood, and then we're all done.
Yeah. Did you watch the latest Righteous Gemstones?
I did not. So I've not started that series. I've heard great things, but I have not watched it. So
you haven't even started season 1?
No.
Oh, damn, dude.
I know all about it, but I'm like, I don't feel like starting a new series right now, and it is on my list.
Dude, that show is genius.
That's what everybody says.
Well, there's a major gator attack in this latest episode. At any rate, I think, vicious animal you least want to be stalked by of the polar bear, shark, gator, or python. I'm going to go polar bear least want to be stalked by. Then I'm going to go python because they terrify me. And then I'm going gator. And then I'm going shark because I think the shark's going to leave me alone.
Unbelievable.
I thought
the whole point is that these animals are not leaving you alone. They're stalking you.
Well, but again, sharks have a tendency to think you're something else.
Stalk you and leave you?
Sometimes. I mean, the polar bear could. Any of them could.
Sure.
I'll tell you what, the python might be the one that, well, if he's not hungry at the time, maybe he's got like a baby goat in his belly, he's not eating you.
That's true. If it's had a meal recently, it's just like...
Then you're good with that one.
Looks tasty, but I'm full.
It's a Sprint Tri-Clydesdales. I've had a million of those.
He's going to take some time to get down, that Clydesdale. Fatty.
Okay, one more question revolving around this, and we'll get to that next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, lots of playoff action going on across the hardwood and the ice tonight. The Indiana Pacers eliminate the Milwaukee Bucks. They win in overtime 119-118 after a Ty Halliburton game winner with 1.1 second left. Then the Knicks and Pistons are currently going on right now. The Knicks can win that series if they can pull off the win tonight in Madison Square Garden. But currently that one is in favor of the Pistons, 77-74. They're now just entering the fourth quarter. Over on the ice, the Devils and Carolina Hurricanes playing a tight one right now. Devils opened up a 3-0 lead. It's now 4-4 early in the third period. Carolina can advance with a win. And the Maple Leafs just cut the deficit against the Senators in half. They were down 2-0. Oh, no, they just gave one up. It is now 3-0 in favor of the Senators. They're also trying to avoid elimination. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, New York, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, JOEQ. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available.
Today, Beavers, Ducks, a college baseball battle at 5:30 on Coin 6 and streaming on Coin Plus. The third-ranked Oregon State Beavers have rocketed up the polls. Now the rival Oregon Ducks step up to the plate as they Saturday, enter Goss Stadium in Corvallis. Watch live today at 5:30 on Coin 6. Or to stream the game live on Fire TV, Roku, or Apple TV, download Coin Plus. That's Oregon State Baseball. Beavers versus Ducks today at 5:30 on Coin 6 and Coin Plus.
Partly cloudy skies in Portland tonight with temperatures in the mid to low 40s.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
Sitting on a cloud of judgment, handing down life lessons to all the sinners.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
Hello? Yeah, so people are bringing up the big cats, too. And they were a part of my next question. So we're talking about this polar bear video in Norway where this polar bear starts running after this dude. Terrifying video. The guy gets on a snowmobile and is able to get away. But, so our first question regarding that was, which would you least want to be stalked by? The polar bear, the shark, the constrictor snake, giant python, or the gator? But now, and what made me think of this one was the 14-year-old girl who got eaten by the lion.
Oh, yeah.
In Africa.
Yeah.
Just right in the city. You have to live in an environment where one of
these deadly predators
of these predators lives. Okay, so let's go with bears, all types of bears, poisonous, and constrictor snakes. So I'm going with both. Or where lions and tigers roam freely. You have to live in one of those three environments. Which do you choose?
You said all bears in the bear environment? All types of
all
bears?
Bears.
Because there are a lot of bears that are conflict averse. They don't actually want that. But not the polar bear, as we've learned.
Yeah, I think a lot of bears would leave you alone.
They would. And
lions and tigers, I mean, they get hungry.
They do get hungry, but
snakes eat rodents and
the other thing too is
maybe your cat.
Snakes are just everywhere and they're quiet and
yes,
they're hidden. I'd be worried about sleeping anytime ever. Not that you wouldn't be with these other animals, but one bite or one little
100%
wrap around you, and
that's why I chose those three, because I think, I'm terrified of snakes.
I think the snake one might be the scariest.
The snake one is the scariest, but it's also the most survivable, I think. That's what makes it.
Is that right?
I think it is. Dude, lions and tigers.
You think you have an easier time keeping snakes out of whatever domicile you create than the big cats or than bears?
Well, I think there's value in seeing the lion, the tiger, and the bear.
For sure.
I can see them. I can keep my eye on them. You can't with the snakes. But, the snakes just kind of do snake things. They're not, out to eat you or anything.
No, but we've also seen all the places that, snakes can get. The little girl's toilet and all that. They go in ceilings and in cracks and,
I know.
all over the place. I don't know what sort of, a living setup I have, but if I'm in,
Should I go right? Should I go left? Damn it. How do I get in that little girl's toilet?
But if I have some sort of tent or hut set up, I'd be most worried about snakes getting in compared to the bears or the big cats.
All right, so what are you doing then? So you just roaming around with lions and tigers?
Maybe. I think I'm roaming around with bears first, lions and tigers second, and snakes last.
Really?
Yeah. I'm so fearful of the. Now listen, any of these beings could sneak up on you silently, but I just think there's more of a chance that I am aware of the bigger beasts prior than the snake that could just totally sneak up on me. Little bite, you're dead. Black Mamba, see you later. Good game, snake. Bye.
It's the most terrifying for sure. For that reason.
Remember that dude who was out in Mississippi or whatever, just effing around with his friends, and he got bit, and he was like, "Oh, see ya." I guess
filmed it.
I might be done. I might be cooked here.
Put it on TikTok.
Yeah.
Well, he survived, but
barely.
He
was in the hospital for like 10 days and almost lost a limb.
Didn't they give him an antivenom?
They gave him like a bunch of 14 doses of antivenom and it barely kept him alive.
I mean, if you checked, if you knew how to check your space for snakes.
Yeah. Would you still not worry about it getting in while you slept? I would never sleep comfortably. That's for me. And I'm not saying that I'd sleep great knowing that there are bears or lions or tigers around.
Can't do it.
But I'd be more uncomfortable going to sleep thinking about a snake entering than the other things.
You know what I'm doing? If I have to live in an environment with one of those three, I'm living in an environment when they're roaming freely. I'm going with bears.
I am too. Bears, then big cats, then snakes for me.
Yeah, the snakes. The more I think about it, I'm out.
They're the sneakiest, I think.
Well, and there's so many of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. And I guess somebody else had equal number lions, bears, or lions and tigers and bears. Equal number. Yeah, I'm gonna go bears.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm glad we solved that. All right, we ready to wrap this bitch up?
We are.
I'm worn out. I've only worked one day this week. I'm out the rest of the week. I'm done. Bye, bitch. Well, I didn't expect that. No, I'm just kidding. I'll be here tomorrow. You know who's coming in tomorrow? Patrick Harris.
Patrick Harris.
Well, my.
Yeah, he's going to shoot the breeze with us.
He's probably coming in tonight, too.
Oh, yeah, he's got a show tonight.
I think so.
We'll probably see him here in a few minutes.
I'd imagine.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure to